He died in the streets. Now the haunt. You hear the chains. They coming.
Midnight fog, slide through the mist. Cold steel gripped in an undead fist. Whispers in the alley, shadows don't shift. A ghost in a hoodie with a full black clip. 6 deep, all from the block. Buried in suits, but they still run shop. No face, no case, they silent and cold. Revenge on their mind, from the grave they roll. Gangster ghosts, they don't sleep, they flow. Chains go clang when the reaper roll close. Eyes all black and their souls been sold. You can't shoot back when the body's this cold. Phantom crew, they don't knock, they face. Walk through walls, set the block ablaze. From the tomb to the trap, now they roam in haste. Gangsta go, bringing hell through the maze. Some creep in the trap where the candles burn. Ouija boards flip, now the killers return. Dead men talk in the code of the cursed. Every verse is a hex, every bar is a hearse. Blood drips red from a past unpaid. Now they ride through the night in a spectral parade. Hollow eyes, but they still got aim. Spraying ghost rounds, ain't nothing the same.
Hi, everybody. How are you today? Hi, Dan. Join us. Yeah, it's crazy. The other days are crazy, but what is icons? Christian will know. Christian Pike, he's an icon. Why? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Oh, thank you for hitting like BBC. Yes, join us. Hi, Hi, Dwayne. Yes. But yeah, icons. The great. Oh, hi, good AJ. But yeah, oh, hi, Daryl. Yeah, join us, everybody. Yeah, it's crazy icons. The great Daniel said we're all icons of Christ, he said, and of Jesus and stuff. Icons. What are the mystery of icons? Yeah, like Birder Park, and more Birder Park. He is Birder Park. But yeah, Birder Park. Yep, and more Birder Park. Yeah. I'll WhatsApp until someone joins. Everybody join. What about your loose cannon? Look at him. He with all the ladies. Look at the loose cannon. See, we all know he's loose and he's a cannon. So he's a loose cannon. Cannon maintaining. Everybody join. What about your loose cannon? What? I don't want to watch myself. Watch Brother Park. He is Brother Park. Look at him. He pushes himself and he comes out of the picture. I'm gonna fight him. You can take him. There, he's coming out again. Let's fight. I'm gonna fight. Another Brother Pike gonna fight you. Oh, pushed him. Now he's gonna fight. He's coming out there. Yeah, he's gonna fight Brother Pike. See? We'll watch some more Brother Pike violence. Yeah, they're fighting. Oh, Jamie! Jamie! Join us, Jamie. Jamie, 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 Jamie. Oh, here's the link. Burger Pack! Dan! Sergeant Dan! Hi, Dan!
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you? How's everything?
Going well. I just got back from the hospital not too long ago. It was a long day, but I'm here now.
Is everything alright?
Yeah. My dad just needed to get some scans done.
Oh, that's good. I hope he's alright and hope everything goes good for him.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, is that true? I heard from this guy named Dan that we are the icons of Christ. Is that true?
When you say Dan, you mean me?
Oh, yeah.
It's true. We were made in the image of God. An image, the Greek word for image is icon. So that's basically what it means, is image. But yeah, of course, we also talk about the icons like I have on the back of my wall here.
Oh.
These are reminders of our faith, reminders of who's alive in Christ. Some people call them portals to heaven. Lots of different ways of describing what these icons are. They help us connect in prayer, much like our Bibles help us connect in prayer. And they produce miracles at times. So that's something very interesting about icons. Saint Nikolai Vamirovich once said that if there aren't people that have a purity of heart in this world, then God will show his grace through materials that are dead wood, like icons, because nothing can stop the grace of God from shining forth. You know, where it lowers in one end, say like there aren't as many saints, well then the powers of heaven, like the angels, will be louder. There's no way to glorify God less. He'll always be glorified maximally.
Oh, hi, Daryl. Hi, Wayne. Hi,
Hi.
AJ.
All right, GG, Dan, AJ, and who else is in? Erica.
Daryl's a
Good to see you, Dwayne.
Good to see you, Dan.
Can I ask you something, Dan? Do you think I heard before on the internet a RoboCop supposed to represent Jesus in a way. I heard people try to say that before. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't see it, but it's an interesting idea. I'd like to hear their reasoning.
Yeah, I know. I understand in that movie Man of Steel, that movie seemed a lot like they're trying to parody towards Jesus or something. I remember hearing back in the day, like he came like his dad sent his son to save the world, and his spirit was guiding him, and all kinds of stuff. What do you think? That would make what's his name, the devil, I guess.
You know, it's interesting you mention all this, because I think, and this is something that Saint Nikolai also said, is that within every story, there is the hidden truth of Christ. Christ is everywhere. His word is in this reality itself. He is truth. So like his image can be found in other stories. Every time we hear a hero story, there's a little bit of Christ there, because he is the archetype of a hero. He's the ultimate hero. And he has the ultimate hero story.
Oh, yeah. Also heard in a way, RoboCop died. He came back as a great guy with metal to take on the bad guys, I guess.
Yeah, I guess in a weird way, even though I wouldn't agree with doing this, but like maybe that's like a symbol of his glorified body, is like his robot body. And it's like now he can take on the bad guys. It's like, you know, Christ could do that even before he was glorified, but after he's glorified, I mean, he's able to do things that would be impossible for us. You know, like appearing, disappearing, appearing in multiple places at the same time, you know, obviously ascending to heaven.
Hi, good AJ.
Hi, GG. Glory to Jesus Christ. May God bless and keep everybody in this chat right now.
Glory be forever. Yeah,
Amen,
thank you,
amen.
AJ.
Hi, AJ. Yeah. Also heard before, yeah, about Superman like that. That's crazy. That Superman was inspired by Jesus and Moses, I guess. something like that. I don't know. Is that crazy?
Did you intentionally make the ticker that way, where it says Mary, like Mother Mary, and then
Yeah.
Christmas? Merry Christmas to all.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier to Miss Maud. She said Mary. I said, oh, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
That's clever. Clever.
Yeah. She is a huge part of the incarnation. She served it.
Yeah. Hi, Jamie. He's a
Yeah.
good little guy. You could join too, little guy.
He's a nice little guy.
I want to ask, do you ever have the what's it called, the nativity scene? I think I had one. I have that. Yeah, I
Who
have
was
that.
explaining this? It was Zealot's Den was explaining this last night, that there was a nativity miracle with Saint Francis of Assisi that I never heard of before.
Oh.
Were you guys there for that, AJ and Daryl? Were you
I
guys
was
there?
listening.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
No, I don't go to that channel anymore. But Saint
Well, it was-
Francis, I know about Saint Francis. He was the first one to come to make the nativity scene. He was the first documented Catholic to do it.
He said in the Gangster Ghost show, because I don't really watch his stream that much either. But he came here and on Gangster Ghost show, and he said that, and I thought that was really interesting and cool. Cool story.
Yeah, Saint Francis is documented as doing the first nativity scene ever. I guess the world took after he made it.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
I saw our children's group do a nativity scene, and they always had to pick some little girl to be Mary, and I thought it was so cute this year. I don't remember what her name is, but she looked so happy to be Mary. And she didn't really have to say anything. Like, she was just there smiling the whole time. It was just like, it was perfect. Everyone had their own little part. There was the angels, there was the animals, but it was cool. But yeah, nobody was like the little baby Jesus either, even in that nativity. So interesting that Pope Francis didn't have a Jesus, and then a Jesus like appeared.
Oh, what do you think, Daryl? Daryl's the modern day RoboCop.
No, I'd rather be T-1000. Go with that. Keep me away from the fire, and I'll be good.
Oh, okay, that's good.
But one thing I learned about Mary and Christ is it's something interesting actually. When people, when how there's always a debate, or Protestants use this analogy that even Christ rejected Mary, and then they go to the verse when Christ is teaching that they tell him, what is bless the woman who fed you, the breasts who fed you. But Christ says, who is like my mother, who is like my brothers. He never says who is like my father, because nobody can be like God except him. I learned that today. Like, holy crap, that is amazing, man.
Oh.
Is Jamie okay in the chat? Like,
I think he's drunk.
He's typing so fast that he's making all these typos.
I honestly, I say lay off the sauce, because I genuinely think this guy's drinking. I say that. That's me. That's me being the fake detective. Right?
Daniel, something I was saying yesterday was, I'm too blessed to be stressed. So whatever's going on in the chat is not impacting me. It's just brush it off your shoulders. It's not.
That's a beautiful thing. Whenever I have like an argument online with anybody, when I enter into the church, I'm just like, yeah, none of that matters. Because how does that affect me at all? Like, these other people, we can pray for them, we can light a candle for them, but it's just like, yeah, I mean, I have so much to be grateful for. I don't really have to worry about what these other people are thinking and their little dissensions.
Yeah. Hey, but honestly, I thought yesterday was good, man. The dialogue we had together. I mean, everybody was just chill and talking. No screaming, no talking past each other. It was just good. I thought that was nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, there's a bit of a security that I think that a lot of us, at least right here on this panel right now, kind of enjoy, where we're not like, oh, I'm seeking out the truth. I got to figure out who's the right church. We're like, we already know. It's like, I'm home right now, and I'm willing to talk to other people, but I'm not going to be convinced of something different.
Oh, oh, uh, next Wednesday's Christmas Eve. I did a thing before, like day before Christmas Eve. I made it Christmas Adam. I heard there's actually people celebrate Christmas Adam. Is that weird? Adam, then Eve.
Not Adam and Steve, right?
Yeah, Steve Bowman. I'm joking. Just joke. Sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, go ahead.
Steve Bowman. Why have I heard that name?
That's
That's the
a pervert guy.
what?
Oh, that's the pervert guys. That's how I met Daniel. Is that crazy? Remember that, Daniel? Uh, I came on there and I said hi and asked you to come on the show, and then ever since then we've been friends and stuff. And yeah, is that crazy? Wow.
Yeah.
Is this Steve Bowman? Is he Catholic?
No, he
I
doesn't
think he's
care for Catholics, the religion,
no, but
Catholic Church.
hmm, there's a name that sounds familiar from a group, a men's group that I used to attend. Regarding one of the churches that I live by, close by. It's a it's a men's fellowship group called That Man Is You. But that was the name, Steve Bowman. Oh, it sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's a crazy little guy. He
Yeah.
thinks Christmas trees are phalluses.
Gigi, one thing
Okay.
I wanted to add, Gigi,
Yeah.
is I'm just reflecting now, just looking at the comments. Of course, it's making me kind of ponder. I'm very grateful that Christ will be my judge. That no man is going to be my judge. It's going to be the Lord Jesus Christ Himself, because He sees the inner heart. He sees what's going on and everything, and it's like it's an exercise. When people say something about you, you realize like it's has no weight, because they're not going to be one judging you when you die. So why let it stress you?
Oh yeah, like you're
Hmm.
on the moon. Oh, what do you think, Dwayne?
What was that? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, yeah. How are you today, little guy?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Just chilling. I thought I'd pop on here and see what you guys have been up to.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. What are you doing for? Are you going to talk to Santa?
I'm going to beat Santa up.
Oh, no.
Just
Okay.
bring me coal.
Yeah, Dan. What are you doing for Christmas? Are you going to talk to Santa?
Well, Saint Nicholas, I'll ask him to be praying for myself and for my family for sure. So that's Santa Claus, if that's what you
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, he's going to be traveling on Christmas Eve a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Santa means saint, and
Yeah.
Los is like Nicholas.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it comes from. So Santa Claus is like Saint Nicholas.
Yeah, but the name Chris Kringle, that came from a movie from the 60s called Miracle on 44th Street. Something Street. Yeah, that's where I think that came from. Yeah.
34th Street.
I
34th.
want to give a shout out to the Catholics because I got a
Thank
bunch
you.
of these that I'm giving out as gifts, and this is a Catholic Saint
That's
Nicholas.
Saint Nick. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, are
I
you
know.
doing?
And it has the prayer for children on the back of it.
Oh,
And you can see it says,
Nice.
a partial indulgence is granted to the faithful who raise their mind with the humble confidence to God. And I was just like, oh, this is definitely Catholic, but that's okay because it's Saint Nicholas.
You see, Protestants, indulgence doesn't mean money. It
oh,
means prayer.
oh! Thanks to Jamie. Jamie, let us all.
Oh, so getting back to what Christ said, blessed. I said, who is like my mother and who is like my brothers? But then he says, blessed is he who hears my word and keeps it. And we go back to Mary
Yeah.
because she was the one who kept his word and heard it and kept it.
Oh,
That's why That's why he says, who is like my mother, like my brother, because they kept his word. So it was pretty cool because he never says who is like my mother, or he says who is like my mother, who is like my brothers, but he never says who is like my father because nobody can be like God except him. That was pretty damn cool.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Mother Mary, like, of course, Jesus is our primary example and the person that we're supposed to like try to imitate. But Mother Mary is too, because she had Christ inside of her, and that's what every Christian's supposed to be. So, like, that's why I call my channel Burning Bushes channel, because everyone's supposed to be like the burning bush, like Mother Mary is, to keep God's word inside of you. And to mystically kind of your soul becomes a womb for Christ. Like you're in a mystical way impregnated by the Holy Spirit. This, of course, advanced mystical understanding that some people would mock and think the carnal mind, be like, oh my gosh, you're being impregnated by the Holy Spirit. But it's completely spiritual and not carnal.
Yeah. Something Seventh-day Adventists will never understand. Just saying.
Catholics in the EU. EU. Is EO anything like the EU?
Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, EO is not like the EU, no.
European Orthodox?
I saw today, so I guess it caused some controversy because Zelensky passed a law against the Orthodox Church that came out of Russia. And, I posted something about that. Like, we shouldn't, be okay with that. Zelensky doing religious persecution. But some people came back at me and was just like, well, what about Putin? He's killed a lot of people too. And I'm like, yeah, this is just awful. Like, I hate politics. Like,
then
it shouldn't be happening at all. No Orthodox should be killing other Orthodox.
Would they be okay if they made laws going after Islam?
Well, no, I don't think so, honestly. I don't.
They're hypocrites. They don't mind going after Eastern Orthodox Christian, but Islam, they gave that a pass. It's hypocrite.
Yeah. Well, you know what Zelensky's really like. I mean, I don't know how woke the audience is and if this is tolerable to say, but Zelensky's kind of a snowflake. Yeah.
Oh, we take enough of the snowflakes, put them together, we can make a snowman. Want to make a snowman? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, have you seen some of the videos that Zelensky's been in before, like where he's like dancing with a bunch of other men that are like dressed in like leather chaps and stuff?
Oh, that's something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something Clay would take pictures. I'm joking. I was just joking. But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's very like Hollywood westernized. Yeah. Read in between the lines on that.
You think he's joyful and happy?
Yeah, I think he's very happy, and very what is that? Self-affirming, I guess. Is that the right word for that? Self-affirming.
Wow. Yeah, this slaughter of the Orthodox, and he's just twiddling his thumbs, like, oh, it's just nothing. A couple slaughtered over there. That's really what's going on.
But he's super corrupt too. I mean, that like under Biden and all that, like Hunter Biden was on their energy corporation. And it's like, man, Hunter Biden was a drug addict. What is he doing on an energy board?
And Joe Biden, what they called, got him out of trouble when he, what's it called when the president
departed?
Yeah, departed. Yeah, departed. And pardoned. Yeah.
I remember that. That was clear to a lot of people that was just you getting him out of the trouble. Because he knew. I mean, why would he? First, think about it for a second. Why would he need to give a pardon if he was innocent? Like that's clearly something guilty he has happened.
Was he even? I heard he wasn't even charged yet, and he gave him a.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that crazy?
Yeah.
But no surprise,
But I have a question for you, Mister. Yeah, what do you think of this?
Hey.
Burner Pike's pointing to you.
It's Kenneth Pikeland.
Oh, This is the real.
I think Pike is gonna look like Kenneth when he gets older.
He been. I think he been on every single type Islam, Orthodox priest, Catholic priest, rabbi, Jehovah's Witnesses, just like this. He's now Joel Osteen. Sorry about that. But anyways,
So Daniel, I had a question. Since this is on icons, I think this would be related. But so Voice of Reason, the Catholic YouTuber, even though like now he's limited, he has come back after the scandals. He's recovered, but he's coming back in a limited way. He actually had a lot of interviews with Coptic Orthodox priests, like on his channel. Like he would interview a lot of Orthodox priests, and even though he was an Orthodox, he would gain insight from those priests. So I thought that was actually I liked his approach. I mean, he's going to remain Catholic, of course, but the way he was able to talk to Orthodox and still gain something, even about the spiritual life. I mean, because we can both edify each other and still, I mean, not compromise, but just we can still have edification.
Yeah. I mean, I know Thomas Soroka talked a little bit about this after the Pope Bartholomew Leo talks, and he said, you know, we can get along with the Catholics and do things together. You know, we're not necessarily going to unite right now, and that's just not how it works in the Orthodox Church anyway. But like with the Coptics, we have a similar aroma. Is the kind of like the way he phrased it is like we're so similar that it is a shame that we can't just figure out this one difference, because like with the Orthodox and the Catholics, we have quite a few differences that would have to be ironed out. But like with the Coptics, it's like one thing. It's the fact that they don't see that Christ has two wills. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it was actually because Voice of Reason was interviewing a Coptic woman, because he went on her channel and she was mentioning how close the Coptic are to uniting with the Eastern Orthodox, because it's just one thing. So that's more likely to happen sooner versus the one with the Catholics, which I think that's still longer reach. But yeah, the Coptic and Eastern Orthodox seem it could happen maybe even in our lifetimes. I don't know, but that seems more
in reach for sure. And on the Catholic side, I could maybe see maybe the Anglicans getting back in line. I mean, at least the traditional Anglicans, not the super woke ones, but I don't know. Maybe the Anglicans could come back into the fold. Like, I feel like both the Orthodox and the Catholics could probably start reabsorbing some of the schisms on their perspective hemispheres until, you know, maybe eventually. Yeah.
Some Anglicans have, since that woman became bishop, some Anglicans broke away and went back to Catholicism. I did read about that.
Which makes sense. I bet a lot of Anglicans are like, okay, this is the last straw. Like, we're going back. We're going back to tradition.
I have a question. Is it true what Sandman says, if that does happen, there's going to be other schisms, like him and other Orthodox going to break away and Catholics going to break away, like Daryl?
You know what I always say? I won't break away. I'll remain faithful to the papacy till I die.
Okay.
You know what I always what I always say when people like that, well, not Sandman, but people when they believe those things. What I always say, I use Christ as an example. When those disciples walked away, when he spoke of the Eucharist, he didn't stop him. You know, what did he do? He turned to the 12 apostles and he asked them, "Will you do too?" And Peter, you know, our first pope, he says, "Where would we go? You're the living God." You know, so I to me, you can go. I could care less. It doesn't hurt me. You know, I would love for you to stay, but if you feel you need to go, then I'll see you later. I'm not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, but
I'll never
that's
go
their
anywhere.
free will.
Yep. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's their free will, but I'm staying. I'm not going anywhere, like you said.
Yep. Like Padre Pio told that lady in confessional, "How dare you disrespect our Holy Father? Get out." So yeah, it doesn't matter what people say about schisms and all that.
Oh,
That's been around since Christ has been here, so it doesn't matter.
Daryl, you know that I heard, I think Jay Dyer's fighting with Sam Shamoon.
They won't fight. they won't even interact because I don't know who's afraid of who or who rejects to fight with who or talk to who. I don't know. I think they both have very difficult uh very difficult
Personalities.
attitudes. Yeah, yes, personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I was
Yeah.
getting at. I
Yeah. I
think they
mean,
both
I
have
could see the.
very difficult
Yeah.
personalities.
Just
So
imagine it
they'll outweigh
happening
each
is.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
true. They're gonna outweigh each other. They'll that'll be something to watch. But I think maybe Jay Dyer would have a better interaction with Trent Horn because Trent Horn is at least more passive. He's more calm, and
Um,
he's very knowledgeable. I think he's one of the smartest human beings. Him or Scott Hahn, but
I
that's just
think
me.
Sanchimoon called him gay liar. That's
Hey,
crazy.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But that's the shameful thing, though, that the fact that you have two Christians going back and forth like this.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
see an atheist looking at this and saying, "Is that I want to be a Christian?" I mean, it's a bad witness, like when
Yeah.
things like this happen.
yeah.
And the worst part about this is that they have debated together against Islam. That's the worst part. They've actually do like they've joined together to debate against. If they're debating against each other now, you know, it's just sad. But you know, people are people.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like apologetics. I was just talking to my dad about this today because he was just like, "Where did you learn all this stuff? Like, was this from your catechism?" I'm like, "Well, it's not like the Catholics where there's like a catechisal text, like one place to go to or a magisterium. Like, it's very organic, and like I did read a lot of stuff, but like every single parish has their own sort of catechesis. And one thing that got recently a lot of attention in the Orthodox world is one Antiochian parish put out a message to their own catechumen saying, "We would like you to avoid Father Moses and Jay Dyer," among a few other channels, like maybe Roots of Orthodoxy or something like that. And Jay Dyer got so upset, and he went against so many different priests, including Thomas Soroka, which I love Thomas Soroka, and I think it was one other one that I really like, Ancient Faith too, and I've been on Ancient Faith before, so I definitely defend them. But anyway, it's like maybe apologetics isn't good for a new Christian to learn. It fills you with pride. You're not supposed to be learning how to make how the art of proving everyone that you're right is something that comes maybe a lot later, and it should come in for the right reasons. It shouldn't be about pride, and it fills you with pride if you're just constantly telling everyone why they're wrong and they're stupid and you're right. Like,
Yeah,
the idea is to see the sin in your side of yourself. That's what we need to learn how to do. That's the hardest thing to do. It's so easy to see the faults in the world. To see it within yourself is incredibly hard to do for a man. It takes humility. And that's what you should be spending your year on.
exactly. Yeah, because Saint Peter said, "Be ready to give a defense," and like we should be ready to give a defense. But like there are people that go out their ways to, like apologetics is their career. And
Yeah.
it's not bad in itself, but like when, like you said, Daniel, it puffs you up with pride, and you're like, "Hey guys, look at me! I know more than all of you combined," or something like all this type of prideful statements. That's their downfall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a priest who says stay away from so and so. And I honestly don't think that. I don't think I've ever seen one. Um, yeah, they just warn against, okay, you're listening to that. Well, just know that this is what they believe, things like that. But other than that, no. But then again, I listen to like one priest, that's Father Chris Alar, and every now and then I'll listen to Father Ripperger, but that's about it when he talks about Mary. But that's it, man. Honestly, I listen to apologetic videos a lot, but I mean, I've been doing this for a very long time. But yeah, the only priest that I actually listen to is Father Chris Alar, and that's it. I email him every now and then, and we get our response. That's about it. That's about it, man.
Oh.
No one else.
Oh, Dan.
He's a very humble guy too. So
Nice.
Sergeant Dan. You know that Clay's coming over where I live
I do. You
But,
told me about it.
next
Yeah.
week?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are gonna have fun. It's gonna be cool.
I wish you
Hey.
could be here too.
Hey, if I lived closer, I would for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that
Burner!
reminds me. That reminds me, actually. You mentioned something, Daniel, that you mentioned the Roots of Orthodoxy channel. The person that made that channel actually is the producer, I think, for Voice of Reason, if I'm correct.
I think they're related. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they're because you guys have talked about Voice of Reason, and I hear about Roots of Orthodoxy, but I always had this inclination that they're somehow connected. I haven't seen too much of Roots of Orthodoxy. I just heard about like you should probably be wary of him.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's like you should be wary of people that kind of like, they flip flop a little bit. Like they're just like super excited about the faith, and then they end up changing churches, and it's like that looks bad for everybody. And that's what people were afraid was going to happen with me. Like a lot of people didn't think that I would stick to my faith, that I would just like change my mind or something like that. And it would be like a really bad witness to people. And I was just like, you guys don't understand exactly what I'm made out of and why I'm choosing what I'm choosing. But I understand that people think that that's going to happen, but it's not the case with me.
Are you made of flesh?
Yeah. I am made out of flesh and blood.
Yeah, I can see what because I know for Roots of Orthodoxy, like because I was curious. The person who made the channel, I think he said he's Catholic, but then he's interviewing Orthodox priests. So that I think they answered why they're doing that. And he's like, he wants to understand Orthodox priests, their position, so they don't strawman the Orthodox. They know their position, because it's one thing like when you debate someone, you need to make sure you understand their position 100%. So you don't straw man say like Orthodox do this when that's not even what they teach.
True. Yep. And it's interesting when you actually fairly look at the other theologies, you're typically going to find that within their framework, it actually makes sense. And it's like, what do you do with that? I find apologetics to be misaligned in this world, because I really do think it's chiefly about, number one, puffing yourself up, and number two, trying to convince other people to change churches. And I don't know if that's necessarily even what we're supposed to be doing. I think apologetics was originally designed when Christians were being persecuted, and it was to explain to the state that we're not atheists and we're not like these other things, that like what you're doing is wrong, and just like saying to people like what Christianity truly is when we're faced with being killed. I don't think it was really meant to be like, hey, you dumb Lutherans, like you ought to be with the Orthodox, or what have you. Just picking one denomination.
I do like and appreciate there are these channels like Inspiring Philosophy. I don't believe he's Catholic or Orthodox, but like when he does, argue for God's existence and debates atheists, it does remind me when Christ said, if they're not against us, they're for us. So like, don't stop them if they're, helping defend God's existence. So that's what I do appreciate. I think they call that like talking about just the basics, the existence of God. Like I applaud anyone that debates atheists and convince them about God's existence in the first place.
Oh, yeah, as long as it's not really a debate, like really what it needs to be, and it can be veiled in the sense of a debate, I guess. Although even then, I think that you're hurting your odds. It's like it should be a conversation, but more so, it should just be evangelism. That's what it is. It's not apologetics at that point. It's just like you're telling them, who God truly is. Because a lot of these atheists, the reason why they don't believe in God is because they have a misunderstanding of who God is. They're like, oh, well, God's a monster. God killed all these people. He doesn't love me. And they don't understand what we believe about God.
Exactly, yo. And then some say, even if they believe God exists, like they admit a God exists, they still say they won't worship him, because that's what many say still. Yeah. So they already basically admitted that they're not going to change their mind, even if God exists, because given his nature. So that's, whenever I hear an atheist say that, I just say, okay, then you're not being honest with yourself, because you're basically saying no matter what the case is, God or not, you're just going to be the same.
Yeah. And there's maybe a healthy point of digging in at some point. It's just like you got to make sure that you're dug in the place you want to be dug in. Like, I'm dug into the Eastern Orthodox Church. You guys are dug into the Catholic Church. I know Jamie was kind of saying in the chat, like, that's a bad thing. I actually see this as a good thing. It means that you're done with the phase of looking at what doctrine is true, and now you're in the phase of how do I be a good Christian? You know, if you're always stuck in the phase of who's the true church, you're never going to get anywhere with God, because you're still like almost like a non-believer trying to find the truth. It's like, okay, once you find the truth, now it's about how do I apply that in my life? How do I walk with Christ?
It's like I told Bruce
yeah.
yesterday. It's like when you know how you remember how I told Bruce yesterday that it's funny how we're all here talking about it, but the Bible doesn't tell us how to read Scripture. Do you remember that I said that, Daniel?
Yeah.
It goes to what you're saying right now. It's we're trying to find our way, but it's how AJ said it, Mark 7, where Christ said, if they're not against me, don't stop them. Whoever's not against me is for us, and that's true.
It's funny you guys keep mentioning that scripture, because that was the scripture reading for today.
That's Mark 7:38. Is it 7 or 9? I think it's 7:38 or 9:38.
I got
7:38
to today. Yep, Mark 9:33 through 41.
Oh, it's 9:33. Okay. 9.
At that time, Jesus and his disciples came to Capernaum, and when he was in the house, he asked them, "What were you discussing on the way?" But they were silent, for on the way they had discussed with one another who was the greatest. And he sat down and called the 12. And he said to them, "If any of you should be the first, he must be the last of all and servant of all." And he took a child and put him in the midst of them. Taking him in his arms, he said to them, "Whoever receives one such child in my name receives me. And whoever receives me receives not me, but him who sent me." John said to him, "Teacher, we saw a man casting out demons in your name, and we forbade him, because he was not following us." But Jesus said, "Do not forbid him, for no one who does a mighty work in my name will be able to soon after speak evil of me. For he that is not against us is for us. For truly I say to you, whoever gives you a cup of water to drink because you bear the name of Christ will by no means lose his reward." So I like that a lot. I think something also implicit in that, especially like the part of giving water to someone in the name of Christ, is like, it's not up to you to figure out if somebody is actually a good Christian or not. You just take their word for it. And God sees into your heart that you did this because you believe that they were a servant of Christ. It's like, I think it's a really good indictment to not judge others, and to, if they're saying that they're Christians, I would take their word for it, unless they're showing you that they're not.
I was listening to Blue Collar Catholic yesterday. He was talking about the martyrdom that was going on in Africa, and he said that there were some that had, I don't remember when he specified it, I can't remember the details, but they had captured, Islamic extremists had captured some, he said Christians, he said they captured some Christians and some that were non-Christians, and they started killing, of course, the Christians, saying, "Hey, reject Christ," and they were saying, "No, we're not." But then they told the other people who are not Christian, "You guys can go. You don't even believe in this stuff." And they said, "Well, we're not going to go. If they're dying for this cause, then we believe what they believe." So they ended up being martyrs as well. That's pretty amazing. That's a strong witness right there, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Oh, what does R&R talk about?
"We salute the venerable things. We place under anathema those who do not do this." So it's showing respect for the holy things. You're not allowed to go into you're not allowed to go into a church and disrespect the icons, because they're holy. They're holy things. They've been sanctified.
Oh, like you?
Technically, yeah. I've been sanctified.
Dan's related to Aaron.
The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
The Rock.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. But Dan, Sergeant Dan.
Yes.
I call you the good BBC. The other one is the lying BBC.
That's right. That's the one that said the bunch of lies. It's going to court, right?
Yeah. I can't read. Law? I can read law? What is law? Why you want to read law? LOL.
Lol in order. Laughing out loud in order.
Oh.
Daniel,
Dun,
you really bring up a good point you had earlier where you said like a lot of people, I think a lot of people even in this community, like, it's like they're still seeking something. Like they're not even firm in their own like belief. Like they're like, I think I could jump from church to church to church to church. Like, I mean, this stream is the church. Like, like
Yeah.
they don't seem like really even have a conviction. Like they just move wherever the wind is blowing. They're gonna go to the next church. That's kind of what you're saying, which I agree. Because I'm happy as a Catholic. I'm firm. I don't need to say tonight, well, I might have to go to a different church. No, I'm staying Catholic until the day I die. So yeah.
Oh, that's
You're not going to just like read a comment from the chat and be like, you know what? I should be a Seventh-day Adventist. They have a point about this whole Sunday, Saturday worship thing. I think that's it.
Yeah,
That's
never.
the missing piece.
Never.
what about 7-Day Baptist? Oh, sorry.
It's almost like they think in their mind, they're gonna be like, hey guys, leave, stop asking the saints for intercession, and we're gonna be like, oh, okay, and just go along like it's nothing.
Yeah, I'll just stop doing the things that give my life strength.
Oh.
That was a big thing last night. I won't mention who was saying it, but they're just like, why? You need to. How did he phrase it? He said, "Would you give up taking the Eucharist for salvation?" And I said,
I
"Well,
remember he
no.
said that.
Yeah, no, because that's part of my salvation. And like, what do you want from me? You want me to go backwards? Like, it's not like I haven't been you before. It's just I think there's just sometimes a misunderstanding of like maybe where certain people have been before, and like maybe there's like this illusion that I've always been Orthodox, like that I haven't been many other things in the past.
What if it turns out you really were Orthodox and you just didn't know it?
Well, I think God knowest all things, so He knew that I'd eventually become an Orthodox.
I forgot. Yeah, I did a show last night. Well, my brain's all crazy.
Yeah, when the Eucharist came up and the talk about just why don't you give up the Eucharist? Just stop taking Eucharist ever again. Just walk away from it. I mean, just never gonna happen. Someone's gonna, even if someone tried to come into church, physically pull me away before I receive the Eucharist, I'm holding on. Like, I'm not leaving the church. These people can try, but it's not gonna work in Jesus' name. Like, I'm holding, staying in there.
Yeah.
What's it?
And no one would, like, it's not like a Protestant would allow somebody to go into the church and take their Bibles away, or take their crosses away. Like,
Exactly.
why do they think we'd stand for that? Just take away
The
some of
best
the
part was
things.
when Pike said, "Do you take?" Or was it you, Dan, that said, "Do you take the Eucharist?" There wasn't an answer there. It's like, oh, so they had to reformulate the response because it was, you're judging here, about the Eucharist, yet your church takes it as well. And their only response was, well, it's an ordinance. It's an ordinance. Well, it doesn't have to be. If they don't believe it, they might take it. And that's a fair question regarding that.
That's a real weakness in the Baptist church. Is like they don't have any respect for the sacraments, but they do feel like you have to do them. They just can't explain why.
That's funny.
Oh. What's Bruce's problem against the thingamajiggy?
Well, he thinks it's an idol. So he thinks like the icons are an idol. He thinks the Eucharist is an idol. He doesn't think the Bible's an idol, but he thinks like everything that we have that brings us closer to God is an idol. And it's like, well, an idol to what? God? Because we're supposed to worship God, and
I think Bruce is an idol.
Well, what is the most subtle, and I'm not saying this about Bruce, I'm just saying this in general, but like the most subtle, sinister type of idolatry is idolizing yourself, idolizing your own understanding. That's the thing that can happen where I would say it's maybe not a good idea for every catechumen to be reading, like watching Jay Dyer from the very outset. Is like, you don't want to make an idol of your own understanding. You want to be humbled by the church. You shouldn't know everything about the church in the beginning. You should find out by being wrong and people telling you, and knowing what that feels like to be a little bit alien in this new culture. It's a culture and a tradition that has been disconnected from us, and it's, I think, part of our initiation, if you will, that like we come from a Western mindset into an Eastern one, and maybe being a little unprepared is healthy for us.
I need to tell you, Bruce admit they are in the Bible. See, they are. I'm just joking. Just what? I don't know. He's crazy, but
Yeah.
it was great. Kinda that one guy, kind of Reed guy. He's in the comments. He's the Boom Shack guy.
Boom
Boom
shakalaka.
shakalaka. I was wondering who that was because I saw him in the comments of my shorts, and I was just like, "Who's this Orthodox guy who's coming in commenting on my?" I was giving him likes and hearts. It was Keanu.
Yeah, he sits on comments. Yeah, that's his other account.
Yeah.
Oh.
He had some good points.
Say, but yeah, he admits they are in the Bible. That's nice of him.
Daniel, you made some funny shorts at times, because I remember I looked at one, you responded to Gigi, and I think you just didn't say anything. You just stayed silent.
Yeah. People think that like that I'm like actually upset at Gangster Ghost at any point, when I'm just like, I'm just doing that to be funny. I'm not actually like upset.
Oh, okay.
I know Gangster Ghost jokes. I just like to play along.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Clay, he's a crazy little guy.
Yeah,
He's
is
crazy.
Loose cannon Clay. He's
Yeah,
getting
he's
his
been
own
on-
show, right?
Yeah.
He's been on that Pixie matter for a while. Like, he's not letting that go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his thing. I've had my words about it. I'm like, I think you should just let it go, but
He
he
posted,
does his
like-
thing. He thinks it's funny.
He posted the GoFundMe, I think, like 5 times last night. Yeah, like every couple, like 20 minutes.
Is that real? That GoFundMe, is it real?
I have no clue.
I don't take him serious. I know he's always playing.
Yeah,
I like what he said though. He said you guys are always fighting about who's right, who's wrong, when the real persecution is taking place like in Africa. That's true.
yeah.
Like that was pretty good common sense right there.
Yeah. This is Clay and his son.
Well, that's why I feel strongly against what Trump is doing with immigration, because a lot of those countries are from like African countries that like have so much persecution, and like, I don't think you should bring in maybe the ISIS guys, obviously, but let the Christians come here that are fleeing persecution. Like there should be exceptions to these rules. Hey, Terry.
Hi, Terry.
Hello.
Hi guys.
How are you?
So good. How are you?
Good.
What are we talking about? The mystery of the Christian icons?
Yeah, Christian.
Yeah. You like icons, right, Terry?
Yeah.
I am an icon.
That is true. We're all living icons of Christ.
Yeah, I'm also iconic.
Oh. What about Jamie?
Yeah, to a similar extent.
Hear
I guess
Jamie
he's
behind you.
thinking about joining, I guess, in the background.
Hear Jamie
No,
pacing in the
yeah,
background.
Okay, well, I'm in. Okay, so let's see. Who is also in here? Hello, Benjamin, Burke, and Daryl,
Hello, all
and
friends.
Gangster.
Happy Sabbath.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, the Friday, the sun went
Amen.
down. So
Happy Sabbath.
Hey, it's almost Sabbath.
Happy
the sun ain't
Sabbath.
down yet.
Okay, so
happy old
so
Sabbath.
I want to. This is an honest clarification, and so because it was an honest question I was asking you, and I get the whole LOL sort of response, but like, you posted a quote from a church father. I don't have a problem with the concept of theosis. I really don't. But what I found strange about your quote, it sounded really Mormon to me. Jesus became a man so that we could become gods. And like the G was like capital G. And I was just like, look, I think we can, obviously the New Testament says we can partake of the divine nature. So I think that's looking for our glorified state of sinlessness, which is what Christ demonstrated in his incarnation. But like when people start saying like Jesus became a man so we can become capital G God, I have a problem with that.
I think that's more of a Mormon
let's
thing.
show
Hold
let me show the
So
quote to
Let
everybody.
me sum it up.
So
like,
he took
all I
our
was
flesh
asking was like,
and our flesh
why-
became God. Well, let me just read the quote for everybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
He
Okay, I'm
took
done.
our flesh. He took our flesh and our flesh became God, since it is united with God and forms a single entity with him. For the higher perfection dominated, resulting in my becoming God as fully as he became man. Saint Gregory of Nazianzus. That's the quote.
And biblically,
I have a question regarding Saint Gregory,
the
actually.
saints.
Gregory the
And
theologian.
this actually favors James' point of view about Christ or about Saint Michael being God, because Saint Gregory especially, he believed that the burning bush was Saint Michael, something which I don't believe, obviously, and other Catholic fathers don't. But Saint Gregory Nazianzus, he believed that. He actually had a I think it was a book written regarding that. I found that kind of troubling. I was like, what? It's not true. But hey, everyone believes something.
Well, I don't know about that part that you just mentioned about the burning bush.
Yeah.
I had to look into that. But Saint Gregory,
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Amazing
I'm
theologian.
confused. Are you guys saying like you think that the theology is that we become God?
No. The theology of Saint Gregory right there. I'm gonna take a stab at it. Is saying that God became us, Jesus. They're referring to Jesus because he became sin, and in doing so, we became one in Him. Is that the view, Daniel?
So we have to know the energy essence distinction. So we don't become God in essence. We become God by his grace. But yeah, we become partakers of his divine nature, just like it says in Peter. I think it's 1 Peter or 2 Peter.
You can also link that to the fact that God's holy people, the saints, right, are going to judge the world. That's in the Bible. They're going to judge the angels, which I guess means the demons, right? I'll try and get the verse up. I don't know you would judge the angels. 1 Corinthians 6:3. Do you not know that saints will judge the world? And if you were to judge the world, are you not competent to judge trivial cases? Do you not know that we will judge angels? How much more of the things of this life? Oh, that's the end of the quote.
But yeah, so Jesus Christ reconciled us. He reconciled the divine nature to the human nature and allows us to become one with God through his energies. That's what he was saying there. And he says it, in a very, bold way, as only a saint can do. So, when people say, "Oh, that sounds heretical to me," it makes me laugh because he's a church father. And
that's a very, very charitable interpretation there,
Hey,
Dan.
Keanu, you have a computer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you search? Is Saint Gregory? I don't know his last name or how to pronounce it.
Nazianzus.
You can just say Nissa.
Let me ask you something, Dan.
Can you check? If he believed that Saint Michael was the one talking to Moses in the burning bush, and you will get where he wrote that in a book. You'll get that.
Well, then again, though, individual church fathers. Well, I've just searched up then, and apparently no.
Yeah, I also got the same answer.
But even if they did teach something, right, that didn't line up, that doesn't mean the church accepts it. We only accept what was verified through council, right? Like the doctrine set in council. So if it doesn't, like, you'll see, I think there's a like a saint or a church father or something who mutilated himself, right? And almost everybody here knows that the church does not support that, right? So even though like individual church fathers can teach wrong things, right? We don't take the individuals as infallible.
Yeah, that being the case, Saint Gregory, Dan, do you believe Jesus Christ became fully man, 100% fully man?
Fully man, fully God, yeah.
Okay, well,
100% both.
Saint Gregory here just said that he became God as fully as Christ became man. So that means he's 100% God. He became 100% God. Do you believe that?
That's not what he's saying in that. So again, you need to know the energy essence distinction. This is like why they tell you not to read the Philokalia until you read Saint Gregory of Nyssa.
As fully
or
as
Palamas. Sorry, Palamas.
As fully as. So he's not making those distinctions. You're trying to force onto.
Do you want me to read the quote again?
I'm looking at the quote in front of me. As fully as he.
You're reading it like a Muslim, right? So you're basically taking one thing a guy said, right? And bear in mind, people back in this time, they had very different, more philosophical language, right? So if you read it just with like if you go look at St. Ambrose, for example, he tells us to hate the Jews, right? But patristic language and linking it to Paul, he means hating the belief system of Judaism, right? And not Christianity continuation Judaism. It means like
Well, I'm not taking
Judaism.
St. Gregory out of context if that's what you're asserting. That's not what's going on here.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You have to take the entire theology of that time and then mess about with that. If you're just going to take one quote and go, this is the distinction he's making, you're just making an assertion with ignoring everything else.
What theology am I missing?
Like Daniel said, the energy essence distinction.
St. Gregory makes an energy essence distinction in other writings? No. So I mean it's a charitable interpretation, but I don't think that's what he was saying. He says as fully as he became man. So if you believe Christ became man was 100%.
Are you like St. Gregory of Palamas or Nyssa? I forget.
What's that?
Which St. Gregory?
So Saint Gregory of
I don't know if was his writings that nuanced when he makes these distinctions, or that's just your
it is. It's always been that nuanced, yeah. So
to be fair, as
Saint Gregory,
his life was between multiple councils, so they would have made this distinction.
Rendition.
They would have made this distinction.
Well, you have to understand something from Orthodoxy, Jill, and I know this is hard to understand, but like everything that it gets written later on came from the fullness of the apostolic faith. So it's not that St. Gregory of Palamas came up with a new understanding of energy essence distinction. It's just that he put those particular words to it. There were a lot of other ways of saying that in the past that you can actually look into. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact formulations they used, but it was the same formulation because very much early in the church, they had to figure out how to understand 1 Peter, that we become partakers of the divine nature. If we were to do that by his essence, that would be heresy because we become God.
Not as fully as he became man, however.
So
all of the things that the attributes of our change, even our glorification, will never be as fully as he became man, 100%.
Well,
but that's just my theological hang up.
That's fine. One thing to also consider is that we believe that this is a dynamic and eternal process. It's not something that just happens. It's not like a instant beatific vision. It's like we constantly progress ever closer to God's likeness. We can never fully reach that, but we continue to get closer and closer, even after the new heaven and the new earth.
We do this through energies.
Yeah, through the energies of God. So the energies of God, like consider the sun. If you were to touch the sun, it would kill you because the essence of the sun is way too powerful. But we actually couldn't live without the energies of the sun, like the rays or the
right?
heat
I get it. Yeah,
and the light. Yeah.
right.
So it's like we're designed to interface with his energies.
Okay.
So Arno, we can really hear your typing, by the way.
Oh, sorry, I'm mute.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's good ASMR.
Yeah, I know. Some people were probably digging it. They're like, don't tell them to mute.
So is this one of your icons you have?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, is that you holding the icon? Is that one of your collection? St. Gregory.
Oh, St. Gregory of Nazianzus? I don't have his icon, actually. I have a lot of icons.
You got to get one.
Well, there's so many saints out there, Jill. Why is that funny?
Oh my god!
2,000 years of history. There's a lot of saints.
It almost reminds me of when I used to collect Pokemon cards.
Oh, is that the same thing to you?
No, actually, I go back a little further than that. Remember the Garbage Pail Kids? You guys don't remember the Garbage Pail Kids?
I think I might be a bit too young for that.
I had every.
Yeah, I remember the Garbage Pail Kids.
Well, I'm showing my age.
Well, I remember those. I'm with you on that, Joe.
Daniel.
I found some more quotes by Saint Gregory of Nyssa. Just to clarify, are we on about Saint Gregory of Nyssa or Saint Gregory of Halimas? Which one? Or both?
We're talking about Nazianzus.
Why is somebody made John Calvin a saint? Yeah,
John Calvin.
Yeah, what's going on with that process? Can we get that going? Can we get that process started?
We need to throw him in a bin, man.
How do we get that process started?
We need to slam dunk him into a big.
Talk to your Calvinistic patriarchs.
We need a petition. Get a petition going. How does that work, guys?
Talk to your Calvinistic whatever, guys.
He did perform a miracle. He made Servetus disappear. There you go. There's your miracle.
Who's Servetus?
Well, there is criteria that the church follows when canonizing saints. So they don't just go, oh, apparently this guy performed a miracle, so we're going to canonize him.
Who is Servetus?
There's
I
been
don't
many
know
false
the story.
saints that have been.
Michael Servetus was a heretic that Calvin sort of turned in to the authorities. What
was his heresy? Do you know?
I think he was anti-Trinitarian.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that's a big one.
That's a big one. That's the first thing that we establish in the church is the Trinity. Before even the canon of the New Testament, we established the Trinity.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So you should have is 3 icons on your nightstand.
So I got the Trinity right there. That symbolizes the Trinity. Those are the 3 angels for the hospitality of Abram. You know that story?
Yeah. But veneration and venerating physical things is biblical, and you can even find the principle in early Christianity. Like if you go look at Dionysius, he talks about Christians wearing signet rings and kissing them and praying with them, and do you know what I mean? Like to like a Protestant, something like that, they'd be like, "Oh, that's idolatry," right?
Well, people swear in a Bible in the courtroom. I mean, isn't that kind of like veneration of the Bible?
You're not supposed to swear. Like, do you like the verse where it's like, "Do not swear oaths," not while you're
in
like,
Texas.
It's
No longer done. Just saying.
Well, I agree. I agree that they shouldn't do that, but I would still say that would be a form of veneration. Like we wouldn't do it that way, but like they would.
Yeah,
like,
to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's their version of showing respect for the Bible, even though we would
the real Slim Zealot. That's a gangster name.
just like Rome.
Can I?
Hi, Stevie. You
How's
muted.
it going, David?
David, you're muted.
Some say America is ancient.
Oh, you missed it.
Babylon.
I said chicka 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 chicka, and then it was pun intended because I'm a slim fella, you know. Gotta watch the weight.
I didn't watch mine.
Because as the Bible says, we got to keep our loins girded. You know, we got to be ready to flee. So I don't want to be weighed down or over encumbered. You know.
It's a fallout snap.
You like that? Hey.
So what's the panel right now? We got a Calvinist, 2 Orthodox, 2 Catholics, one who likes all 3, that Gangster Ghost, and Dwayne Burke. Are you atheist or what are you?
I think he's part a non-dimensional.
Well, to be
Oh,
fair,
that's what he is.
to be fair, I'm not really Orthodox yet. Just know because I'm a catechumen, so I'm not. I can't
Definitely
really.
not
say.
atheist.
You said atheist, Dwayne?
No, you said definitely not.
No, I'm a Christian.
Oh, good. Glory to God. Awesome. What church do you go to?
I haven't been going recently. It's just kind of like a No, it's not Presbyterian.
Like a non-denominational.
Church. It's not even a proper church. It's in a office type building. Very strange, but it's nice enough. It's got nice people that way.
Well, rock on. I'm glad you're at least fellowshipping with some other Christians, and maybe at some point come into a church that is a little bit more grounded. If it's the right time, you know, you'll know. You'll know if the Spirit convicts you.
I mean, they believe the same things as I believe, like about God and stuff like that. So.
But Keanu, you know, even if you're a catechumen, you're still an Orthodox because you are being prayed for as a catechumen. You're being prepared to become a full member. But right now, you're still a member. You're just not a full member. This helped me out a lot during my 1-year catechism. You know, and I'm sure you already know. In fact, I'm 100% sure that you know that there's been saints that were catechumens. So don't consider yourself not to be an Orthodox just because you're a catechumen.
I suppose I just feel a little bit too like I've been studying a little bit more recently, right? But I feel like what I did was I immediately, and I think it's because I was kind of non-denom to Protestant at first, right? So of course straight away, and the whole Protestant non-denom agenda is just instantly engage in apologetics and debate Muslims for like no reason because they saw one Sam Shamoon video, right? So like, and then obviously I got hit with the canon argument, and then I had some friends who were Orthodox, and I was kind of like, okay, yeah, that's fair. And so I basically, my priest said this to him. He said, all the gear and no idea, right?
Yeah. Did you say you have all the gear and no idea? Is that
I just doing my best Austin Powers impression.
That's such a funny analogy because
do I make you horny, baby?
It reminds
Randy.
Daniel, you gotta repent and believe the gospel. Icons are demonic.
Oh,
well, I just want to comment.
All Christians are what?
I just want to comment on what Keanu what you're saying as that analogy, because you know you see this with musicians sometimes. They'll buy all the gear, they'll buy all the electric guitars, all the amplifiers, all the effects pedals, and they haven't really learned how to play the instrument yet, right?
Oh yeah,
and that can happen with new Orthodox. They can get all the icons and get all the books, and they're not actually going to church and not learning how to pray. Prayer is like the most important thing, and you don't need anything for that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 icons and an Orthodoxy or death flag on my wall, right? And I didn't even go to church last week, right? So I think I'm being a little bit over the top, but I'm slowly realizing that properly.
But see, that's good though, because you recognize that. That's the path, man. That's the path of humility. When you're just like, oh, I see a little bit of that in me right now. It's like, that's good. That means God
Also,
shining a light in your soul. That's amazing.
really quick, just to address what Bruce said, he said you have to understand something from orthodoxy, and he said that's called private interpretation. Bruce, your entire ideology is based off private interpretation, right? As a Protestant or a non-denom, you can't prove your interpretation is correct over somebody else's. You're just both asserting things without being able to justify it because you have nothing to fall back onto. So you can't prove what's true. You can't prove what your canon is. You're cooked. Simple as that. Anyway, sorry, Daniel. So, how long ago were you talking about like icons and stuff like that? Like, did you go over like anything?
Daniel, your church believes in baptizing infants. Why don't you want infants to go to hell? You did one on
that baby head. You did one on that baby head. That's bad.
Put some sense into them. Teach the little kids. Teach those little rascals.
Wow.
But yeah, to answer your question, Keanu, we didn't talk that much into it. I said a few things. One thing that I'd love to share with everybody is the icon that saved my life. For people that, are interested.
Oh, go ahead.
An icon saved your life now.
Yeah. You don't know about this about me, Jill? So I was an alcoholic for like 10 years, and I tried everything else to quit. Nothing else would work. And a friend of mine who was Orthodox told me, why don't you try venerating the inexhaustible cup icon? And I was just like, I'd be willing to try anything at this point because, nothing has worked. And so I had to learn how do Orthodox pray. And they pray with their heart, not with their intellect, because I was an occultist. So what I learned how to do, I did the trisagion in front of the icon every day. And I would only drink a shot of alcohol in front of this icon. And each time I would pray with tears in my eyes that this would be the last shot, that I wouldn't die an alcoholic. And I begged her to pray to Jesus for me because I was embarrassed to pray to Jesus myself because I was an occultist who said lies about Jesus Christ. I was a heretic. So I was terrified of coming to him for anything. Anyway, when I withdrew too quickly from alcohol because I was quitting too quickly, and I bled out in a room alone for 24 hours in a locked room. I experienced hell. And at the end of that experience, Mother Mary appeared, and I felt in her light like I had my body again. And I started to kind of understand who I was again. And I prostrated to her because I'd never seen anything like her before, that kind of light. And she said, worship my son and go to the church. She gave me 2 commands. And after that, I took her hands and she lifted me out of hell.
It's beautiful.
Wow. The icon did this.
Well, I venerated the icon, and Mother Mary appeared to me in that experience.
You venerated the icon, and then this
for a month.
Jill, do you not
Mother,
believe
the actual Mary, the mother of Jesus, appeared to you?
Yeah, the Theotokos.
After you prayed to this icon.
I prayed to her using the icon in front of me so that I can, see her.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. Icons themselves, we're not worshipping the wood or the paint. And when I say worship, I don't mean it in the modern sense. I mean like the there's two distinct words for it. Let me go look at the
proskuneo
proskunesis
and doulos. Yeah.
So you got proskuneo and proskunesis. Then you've got latria. Latria is like specifically for God, right? Proskunesis, right, is for instance, you find it all over the Bible when people bow down to the Ark of the Covenant, when people bow down to angels, right? And people do this and they're not told off. Like when I think it's Joshua, when he bows down to an angel, right? The angel doesn't tell him off for it, right? So and the angel is physical. Angels aren't the angel's manifestation is physical, right? Because angels aren't physical creatures, right? They're invisible, right? So they don't have physical bodies. That's why in the Bible it always says an angel appeared as a human, or a men appeared, or do you know what I mean? Right? So they're venerating something physical to pass on to the spiritual world, right? So you're not actually saying that, oh yeah, no, this mere wood and paint and like little gold flakes is what I'm praying to. It's the person behind it, and you're giving them respect. Like I think it's, I don't know if it's in John, but it's the prayer of a righteous person availeth much, right? And righteous person can apply to anyone, right? Even though contextually they were speaking to a group of people on earth. When you say, it's like if I say, you know, going to the vets helps your dog out, the vets help dogs, right? That doesn't mean I'm only talking to you about your dog benefiting from a vet, right? So, and then when you get told in further chapters that, you know, we should honor God's holy people, well, how are you supposed to do that, right? You don't just sit there and you're like, oh yeah, they're a cool person. Sorry, I went on a rant.
No, it was good you said all that. Yeah. But yeah, that's what happened. I mean, I can share the icon. I know not everyone's going to respect it, but some of you probably will. So let me go and get that.
Well, and also the argument that St. Thomas would make for icons is that the honor that is given to an icon passes to the prototype, which is basically the subject of the image. So, for example, imagine you were rummaging around through your house and you saw a family member that had passed away, and you felt some sort of sentimental value based on that picture. You wouldn't be feeling sentimental value for the paper or, you know, the matter of the picture itself. You would be feeling sentimental value based on the prototype behind the matter, which is ultimately the person in that image.
Exactly.
And if you were to venerate that image, that person, and they were to appear and begin to speak to you, that would be okay with you?
Well, I can't speak to Daniel's experience. I you know, that's a personal experience that he had. I mean, I will say, you know, it's very clear in the Bible there are what are known as secondary causes, where God can use matters
That's awesome.
of nature to ultimately, you know, bring a person to grace. So I wouldn't put it past the possibility that God could use, you know, an image or any piece of nature really to ultimately bring a person to grace. You know, again, I can't speak for Daniel's personal experience, but I wouldn't put it past the idea that could be true. I think it's very clear in the scriptures that that there are multiple points where God uses secondary causes to affect a type of grace.
Yeah, like is it Ezekiel's bones, right?
Right. There's that.
Or
there's also
or
like
the
St. Paul.
cloth. Yeah,
the cloth of St. Paul, or the shadow of St. Peter.
or Jesus's strand, or his shadow, or people being healed by people's shadows, or something like that. Like there is other means that God consistently works through matter. People are matter. I mean, when Jesus is called the expressed image of the Father, the Greek word for that is icon, right? And we're called icons of God. So matter's not bad. And I see this a lot in like, and this is what what disenfranchised me with Protestantism, right? Is because it's kind of like, it was almost like everything physical is bad. The only good things is the invisible, right? Well, it's like, no, you can have both, right?
It's like Gnosticism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's you know, it's not like, well, the relic where the icon itself is like a magical device.
Exactly.
All it is God uses secondary causes in nature, just like how a builder would use tools in his toolbox. That's really all it is.
Yep. Yep, God can use the material world because he made the material world.
Yeah. And on top of that, if icon veneration was so bad, then you'd have to almost view every act of proskynesis, right, like veneration, right, so as idolatry in the Bible. And there's countless acts of it, right? Like when the Jews bow down towards the temple, right? When they venerate the Ark of the Covenant.
Or Prophet Daniel, Prophet David.
Bowing to kings, there's countless examples. You'd have to consider all of that idolatry, but then you'd have to take a step back and go, hang on, why hasn't God called out any of this? If it's idolatry, why hasn't he said anything? These are supposed to be his prophets and the people he's working through.
Well, that's the Old Testament. You haven't cited any New Testament practices.
Well, there's
that is
in the in Acts.
Cite the cloth in the New Testament.
Yeah, I was gonna say the cloth. Yeah, in Acts. Yeah.
We cited the shadow of Saint Peter and the
handkerchief. Yes.
The hem of Christ's garment as well. That was another thing.
But there's a handkerchief in the New Testament.
Yeah, in the in Acts. Yeah.
Even if these weren't in the New
handkerchief is
Testament,
venerated. Tell us that story, please. Is that in Acts?
What was the
No,
question?
we're showing that the physical can have power and God works through the physical, right? So the physical can't be bad if
I'm
God's
talking about the practice of venerating items. Is that a New Testament
yes,
practice, or is that an
What, wait. Do you reject the Old Testament?
The Old Testament is types and shadows, looking forward, pointing forward to Christ.
I agree.
But
sin
we
is
don't
sin.
take
Idolatry is idolatry.
Well, hold on. So we don't take what God commands in the Old Testament for believers to do as idolatry.
All right. Well, we have
We
the New
take
Testament.
what he commands us to do in the New Testament as what he commands us to do. So if I lived in the Old Testament, I would be commanded to practice those rights.
Well, I'm going to say
But I don't live in the Old Testament. Okay.
Yeah. Why
we are
take
saints,
two things?
New Testament saints, so we are following what he commands us to do for the New Testament.
Yeah, we get it, Joe.
the New
Pseudosilas was going
Testament.
to tell you an example from New Testament.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, in the New Testament, I mean, you have in the book of Acts, you have Saint Paul, and he's preaching, and he takes a handkerchief, and he wipes his face with the handkerchief, and then all these women come around and they start honoring the handkerchief. So I think that's a very clear.
Yeah, that's not something that is practiced.
Well, that's in the New
What do
Testament.
you mean it's not something that is
amongst
practiced?
believers? That's not Paul didn't teach that is something.
Well, secondly, right, you're basically
That's begging
saying
the question.
Horrible example, and it's
Well,
really,
that's begging the question, because nowhere does it say that that's to be condemned. I mean, you're assuming that that's being condemned, but there's no condemnation in the scriptures. That's begging the question.
Correct.
Yeah, and on top of that, right, in the same Old Testament we were talking about a minute ago, God commands them to not worship craven idols, right, to not bow down to them, and then literally a couple chapters later, and tells them not to make any images, or and then 2 chapters later ish, tells them to make cherubims on the Ark of the Covenant, right, which are representations of angels, right? So, and on top of that, not everything in the Old Testament. You don't chuck away the Old Testament. Jesus came to fulfill the Old Testament. That doesn't mean we don't follow what's not repeated. It means that when Jesus comes forward, he says like all foods are clean, for example, right? And that people are caring too much about the cleanliness of their body and stuff like that. When he comes forward and says we don't do this anymore, it's been fulfilled, right?
that's not the argument. That's never the argument. So,
What do you mean that's never the argument? You need to justify it. Why do we not follow
the
these
argument
things?
is that we are commanded to keep the same laws, but we are doing so in a new covenant way.
Okay.
Not in the same way or the old or the
Where does God
or the
where does God and by the
temple
way,
priest or sacrifice, etc., etc.
we still do things that they did, right? For instance, we burn incense, right?
You can burn incense, but if I don't burn incense, I'm not anathema.
No, I'm not saying that.
So there's
Like,
a little.
my
There's
main
a
point is
there's a big difference between those rituals, and if you want to hold on to them, Paul says, fine, go right ahead. But there's a difference between that and taking those rituals and making them into something that is required for one's salvation or one's walk in Christ. Okay, so that's where we draw the line between these types of acts and
Okay,
what
but you're comparing
hold
apples and
on.
oranges because, like, the council said that you'd be anathema if you disrespected the holy
no, it did not
things.
say disrespected. You're
Well, hold-
again, Dan, you're expecting me not to know how to read plain English.
Okay, can you say it for us then?
There's no
And I'll tell you why.
interpretation necessary here.
Okay, tell us what it says exactly, word for word.
Okay. But when we talk about what the Bible says, you're talking about Acts 19.
All right. So you're not willing to say what
Well,
it is
I'm
word
just
for
gonna.
word.
Well,
So
I'm just
I'll make
gonna
my
talk
point
about
anyway
what-
then.
Well,
So
I
like
could
the
read. I
council,
posted them in the side chat. If you
the
didn't read them.
council was saying that you'd be anathema if you don't respect the holy things.
No, it didn't say anything about
the,
respect.
The problem here is if
here, I'll quote it.
if you
I'll quote it for
disrespect
you.
the
Let me quote it for
icons,
you, and
you're
then
making a
tell me-
theological.
Lie to me again and tell me this is talking about being respectful.
Go ahead.
I'm going to quote them.
I'll wait.
Okay. I'm going to quote both of the quotes from the councils, and you're going to lie to me again for the record and tell me that this has anything to do with showing respect to the whatever that means. It doesn't mean anything. That's why you said
respect is veneration. That is what veneration means.
Okay. Respect is veneration. So if I do not venerate, then I am not showing respect. I am anathema. There's no way around it, buddy.
If you're not,
that's exactly what I just said. So you didn't change anything about that. And the reason why is because you're making a theological.
If I don't
hold on,
burn
I
the
waited for you. I waited for
incense,
you to talk, and I can just make
then I'm
one point.
anathema.
All right. So the reason why you're
So what-
anathema, let me give you a reason, right? Just wait a second and let me talk to you. All right. So the reason why you be anathema is you're making a theological argument that is against the incarnation of Jesus Christ.
No,
that
I'm not.
Came
I'm
into
just
the
not
world
burning
as
the
man,
incense.
and
I'm
therefore,
just not burning the incense.
Jill, wait
I'm
a
not
second,
making any
and let me finish my
I'm
point,
just not
please.
participating in the act.
You can talk
in
after
the
I'm done
ritual.
talking, like a human being.
Well, don't misrepresent what I'm saying.
All right, just wait a minute.
I'm not doing
and then
that.
you say
I'm
all
not-
that,
I'm
okay?
not
Just let me
saying
finish my
anything
point.
about the ritual at all.
All right, so what you are doing by disrespecting the icons is you're making a theological argument against the incarnation because Jesus Christ came into the world as a man, therefore he can be depicted. He can be depicted in images. And so can the saints in heaven. Just like the cherubim and the angels on the Ark of the Covenant were depicted, we can also depict the saints that are in heaven. Because when you're alive, when you are in Christ, nothing can separate us from the love of God, not even death. All right, that's my point. And you can say your things now.
We salute the venerable images. Okay. Again, Paul says if you want to do that, fine, go right ahead. But don't try to place that on the Gentile or anyone coming to Christ. Okay.
Where does Paul say
we
that?
We speaking about your church, this is the Second Council of Nicaea, I believe. Might be. We place under anathema those who do not do this. I mean, anathema to those who do not salute the holy and venerable
Which
images.
council is he referring to?
I do not salute any image, none, other than the icon that was provided for me by God himself, Jesus Christ, God himself. So you're pronouncing anathema to those who do not salute the holy and venerable images.
So
I don't do that. That means I'm anathema.
Right. What I would say in regards to it being, the ceremonies of the old covenant.
Am I anathema if I do not salute venerable, which you call venerable?
Yeah, because the holy things are for the holy, and you can't disrespect the holy.
So I'm not okay. So I'm disrespecting it simply by not saluting.
Natural law. So, for
simply
example,
by not saluting.
Jill.
Well,
it's not... Sorry, go on.
That's the reason why sola scriptura was necessary. That's the reason why the Reformation.
Well, I don't even know how we're getting.
Or one of the 100 reasons.
That is a major jump. You just went from
every time I come in here, I have one more reason why Reformation was necessary.
Okay, sola scriptura is impossible, but okay. But anyways, getting back on topic, There, most Christian authors make that distinction. So when it comes to things like getting circumcised, sacrificing animals, those were meant to foreshadow Christ, and therefore they had an end date. They had an expiration date. That expiration date was the coming of the Messiah. But there are other laws that are intrinsic to a man's nature and other laws that are intrinsic to a man's relationship with God. So I'll give you an example. Thou shalt not kill is an old covenant law that remains in effect. It's not like if somebody goes out and kills today, it's like, oh, well, don't get mad at me for killing. That's the old covenant law. If you don't want to follow it, fair, but I'm just going to go out and kill. No, because that's moral/natural law. And there's a distinction between that and the ceremonies of the old covenant law. Now, as it pertains to the icons, because this is apparently a discussion stream on the icons, I think, very clearly belong to the eternal law, which means that is a precept that God, ordains to draw man to him, which means that an eternal law really only ends when God decides that it ends. And again, like other people on this chat, I think rightly said, I think there's many Old Testament verses in regards to icons, and I don't see anywhere in the Bible where it indicates that this is a temporal measure. Again, it's not like the ceremonies of the old covenant, like sacrificing animals, where they were foreshadowing something to come.
It's all foreshadowing. The New Testament writers believed all of it was foreshadowing.
Well, they believe all of it was
part of it,
but
part
some
of it
them,
composite,
but
in
there
which
were
Christ
some
can
that were
only emerge.
Figures
So your point is moot because we don't follow the Old Testament when it comes to.
Well, we do follow the Old Testament.
Any
we
ritual,
all,
any type of shadow,
Genesis,
and we don't put that as a burden onto anyone.
So again,
as a New Testament believer.
So basically, what you're saying, Jill,
if I can finish a point without being overtalked by three people, that's what the whole purpose of Acts was. That's the whole purpose of the book of Acts. Is these things were already decided in the first council of Jerusalem, the actual council of Jerusalem, first council, and in scripture. So we don't really need any other council, to be honest with you.
So am I understanding Jill right? Are you thinking like the first council of Jerusalem had anything to do with icons? You don't think it had to do with like,
much to do
what they can
with
eat and circumcision?
It had much to do with the rituals and rites and Old Testament types and shadows, which the writer of the Hebrew simply says.
So Jill, is it moral to kill people?
Only intended to point to
the Gentiles love the icons.
Not something that was intended to be repeated.
Even then, right? If we can show the principle behind it biblically, right, we can show the continuity with the early.
There's no continuity. Otherwise, we can have a commandment.
Show you the continuity.
There's no continuity.
Wait, so are you saying
there's not one command in the New Testament?
Are you saying that we don't
need any sort of veneration law?
No, I'm saying historical.
You had to go to Acts 19, where Paul takes a.
Jill,
I'm saying historical continuity of the principle.
No. We don't care about your history. Okay,
but that also defeats your point, though.
Crazy things in history.
Yeah. So
you were just claiming. You were just claiming that
we care about the acts of the apostles, not the acts of your pope,
which you only come to know through history. By the way, we don't follow the pope.
Yeah, but in Acts 19. These handkerchiefs were taken to the sick in Ephesus, and people became healed and delivered
miraculously
from evil spirits. Yes,
so through physical matter. Yes,
this was a miraculous event.
I agree.
Right, and this proves that God can use
His extraordinary power in working miracles through Paul.
And you're also defeating your own point, because you're on one hand you're saying that Paul is trying to get rid of the old laws, right? But then you say that it's not in the old laws, and now you're saying it's only in the New Testament. So you keep flip flopping between the two.
This is not an act where we are venerating, where Paul is now saying, "Hey, everyone, go get a handkerchief and put one in your bedroom and use this to help heal the sick." That's taught as prescriptive.
Well, that's
There
a
are
straw
these
man
there are
of what
things
my
that are
argument
described
is
in
as a
today.
pattern.
Scripture that are
That's
not
another straw man, but okay.
prescriptive. The fact that you're taking this and trying to make it prescriptive shows how desperate you are to find a New Testament veneration
Well, that's well, first
law.
of all,
It doesn't exist.
First of all, that's a straw man of our argument. The way this conversation started was
But
you
you brought
said,
up Acts
"Oh,
19 when I asked for an example.
well, no. You said, "Oh,
Not a
well,
straw man. That's
you
you.
really
This is your
think."
passage. This is your proof.
Hold on. So this conversation started when you said to Dan, "Oh, do you really think this icon, saved you or healed you?" And I said, "Well, I can't speak for Daniel's personal experiences. Again, I respect Daniel. I can't speak
I
to
didn't
whether
ask you that.
there was
I asked you
legitimacy to
if
that
it
or
were
not. I
your
don't
family
know.
member. If
But
it
what
were a
I
family
said was
member.
I wouldn't rule
That's
out.
what I
All
asked
I
you.
said was I wouldn't rule out
Be
the possibility
precise. Be honest.
that miraculous event happened because I said that God could use material things to ultimately bring people to grace. And then you said, well, then there was this discussion of where does that come from, that idea that God can use secondary material causes. And I started bringing up Acts 19, where he brought up the handkerchief. Now you're saying it's a miraculous event. Yes, I do. And the conversation with Daniel was about a supposed miracle. So again, this idea, you're kind of proving our point here.
Well, can I also say something, right? So,
I proved your point.
Jill, what traditions?
Show me handkerchiefs being venerated in the.
Do you celebrate Easter?
Show me handkerchiefs.
Wait, no, I'm
that
gonna
was your proof text. Show me that as a prescription for what we should be doing.
No, it's a principle. It's a principle because you're coming in with the presupposition that we don't need a church.
We celebrate Resurrection Day. We don't celebrate Easter.
Fine. Resurrection Day.
Yeah.
Right. Do you celebrate Christmas?
What does this have to do with veneration?
I'm gonna tell you. Do you celebrate Christmas?
Who are not God.
Right. Do you celebrate Christmas?
First and foremost, you're bringing up examples of God.
Jill, I want you to just answer my question. You're going to see where it's going. You're going to see where it's going.
Well, hold on. Look, we sort of missed that. The elephant in the room is even your Old Testament examples.
I'm not saying it explicitly has to say we have to. Wait.
Okay, so your Easter example failed. So now you want to bring up another holiday?
You're not letting me finish. You're not trying to answer.
Yes,
you're running.
Christmas. We do celebrate the birth of Christ.
So you celebrate Christmas, right?
Yes,
fine.
we do celebrate the birth of Christ.
Right, first point. We are showing the biblical principle behind veneration. We don't think it's never explicitly mentioned in the Bible, right? It never says you have to venerate icons, right? But the principle behind it is there, right? We trust in the tradition of the church.
Behind it is
right?
There?
Wait. Yes, of course it is. We trust in the tradition of the church, right?
Okay, great.
So wait, I'm not done.
Don't tell me it's in scripture.
I'm not done. The principle is in the Bible. I showed you the principle of people venerating.
I understand
things.
That's your church's tradition. I understand.
No, it's not the church's tradition, right? Because otherwise, if
But
people
don't call
bowing down
anyone
to
anathema.
stuff,
You don't have that right. That's all I was saying.
Right, Jill,
Keep
you're getting
tradition.
offended.
Even
listen.
Paul argues you can have your traditions.
Are you going to listen?
Nothing wrong with
your
your
tradition. Keep
tradition.
talking. You can keep asserting your
Want to wear
beliefs. It's not
fringes?
gonna work.
Wear fringes.
So you celebrate Christmas,
God doesn't care.
Resurrection Day, right? These are traditions. Where are they explicitly mentioned in the Bible?
It's of Satan when you take that
Where
authority.
are they explicitly mentioned in the Bible?
Have and put people in hell.
It's a really good point, Jill.
Explicitly mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, Jill. I'm not sure if you heard that because you're like kind of talking over everybody, but like we got a good question for you.
Not put anyone in
once
hell
you're ready.
because they don't burn incense to you.
Stop
interrupting
each other. You guys are totally retarded.
Trust.
Get the whole collection
Jill,
if you want to.
Jill, are you listening? Did you hear what I said to you? Or are you just going to keep
them
talking?
Trading cards.
Okay, you're going to keep talking.
Maybe that might.
You don't want to answer honest questions.
Yeah, he doesn't want to answer, so he's going to insult them.
I am because that's not my argument. I'm telling you, I'm trying to provide an argument for you, and you're just talking. How is that a conversation?
Hello, mate. Cheerio, mate.
Jamie.
Jill, I just have a simple question. Is murder a sin?
Wait, no, forget about that. Jill, the principle, right, is in the Bible, right? You celebrate traditions that aren't explicitly mentioned in the Bible. Do you not see how that's a problem? because you're telling us, oh, they're not explicitly mentioned, but then you celebrate things that aren't explicitly mentioned. It's okay for you, but not okay for us when our church gave you the canon.
Whoa.
KO.
Knockout. I just have one question. Is murder a
I think
sin?
he's gone. I think he's gone. I don't think he's
I
in.
got a question about icons.
Yeah, what's up, Terry?
Hold on, Jill.
Jill, because it's a holistic worldview. It's a holistic worldview. It's not what we, Jill. It's not what we mutually agree on, right? It's the whole view. It's not like if you get the few things right, then you're cool.
Read the
right?
New Testament if you want to know how a Christian should behave.
Okay, Jill. So you're just going to assert things. You're going to tell me that you're somehow superior,
Your
telling me
church
that
is
you
not
know how a Christian
following
should
the New
behave.
Testament.
Yep,
That's why.
How do you know? Right,
Jill.
let's get to the killer
Why
question.
Reformation
Let's get to the killer question.
necessary. We had to
Jill.
leave
How do you know what the canon is?
the true
Hold on,
Christian,
Jill.
the true believer.
How
had
do
to
you know what the canon is?
Oh, hold on, everybody. Go ahead, Terry.
Yo.
Oh,
Hold
wow,
on.
Gigi stepped in for me. Nice. Thanks, Gigi. Okay, I got a question about how do we venerate icons?
You just like
Oh,
pray to the saints and kiss the icons.
so typically, like
Yeah, kiss it?
when you go into a
You don't have
church,
to.
you typically will cross yourself and then you'll kiss on the hand or the feet. You don't want to kiss on the face. That's too intimate. But yeah,
What?
you so when it says in the Bible, when you greet each other with the holy kiss. And so we do that with the icons, just like you would with like a picture
You
if
kiss
you're
the icon feet?
Give us a kiss, Dan.
Only if it's Christ. You kiss the feet of the icon if it's Christ. But if the icon depicts someone else, not really. But you don't have to kiss it either. You can like just press your forehead
Wait,
against it.
Who wants the pooch?
I'm sorry, what did you say,
Can you give it
Keanu?
an Eskimo kiss?
Oh, so at least this is what I was told, is that when it's any icon, right? If it's an icon of a normal saint, you kiss the hands. If it's an icon of Christ, you kiss the feet. If it's a full body icon, right?
Gotcha.
If it's just his upper body and you can see his hands, you kiss his hands. Right?
I was gonna say, yeah, because there's a
Well,
lot of
yeah.
icons where he's holding the Bible and I kiss his hand. Yeah.
Yeah. But if it's a full body one, you of course, if you physically can, kiss his feet. But this is
Why do you
simple
have
as
to
that.
kiss it?
What's that?
Why do you have to kiss it?
Because you're supposed to greet each other with the holy kiss. It says in the Bible.
You don't
If
have.
I don't greet y'all with a holy kiss.
Well, you should.
Hook her up, Terry. Well, no. It's like, for instance, I've seen quite a few people where they'll just kiss their hand and then they'll place it on the icon, or they'll put their foreheads against the icon. Like I don't think it's that enforced. As long as you're venerating it or you're honoring it, then
Oh yeah, you don't technically have to
sorry,
do it
not
that
it.
way. Yeah, you're right. You're
When
right.
you give it a salute.
There's no rule that you have to kiss the icons or you have to go up there and venerate them, but it's like would be weird if you didn't.
Because
You know?
everybody else is doing it.
Well, because these are your family members, and like
You ain't met my family. I ain't kissing most of them.
Jill,
they're not your family.
If you're
Don't
gonna
you want to
message
be in
stuff
heaven?
chat, unmute.
I
Come
didn't
back on.
say they're not my family. I said I had you're comparing it to my family, and with my family, I'm not kissing some of them.
I do. So like when I have a picture of my reposed mother, and I'll give it a little kiss.
Yeah, I don't kiss no pictures of my family.
Well, have you lost anybody yet?
Pooch, everything.
Of course I have.
When you see pictures of them,
I've got a like ancestor, family, like thing on the wall. Like it's one of those collection of pictures where I have people who passed away in my family that are on there.
I've got a picture of Dan
Jill,
on my bedside table.
Jill, if that's you, come back in, call and talk to us, because you still haven't given a justification for what your biblical canon is, right? And you haven't given a justification for the fact that you have some traditions you accept, yet you reject ours.
I just have one question for Jill. Is murder a sin today?
Y'all wild.
He would just say something along the lines of like, it was expressed in the New Testament.
Well, okay, so that means there's an old covenant practice that we still consider to be distinct from the ceremonial laws today. Okay, so it's almost like there's a distinction in law. It's almost like the veneration and creation of icons is eternal law, and therefore it doesn't fall under the custodial measures that we're supposed to simply prepare.
Martin Luther saw this a mile coming. You know, Martin Luther came after our church, mate. It took him about 1,000 years. How did he see it coming?
Yeah, but Martin Luther had a point.
What was his point?
Well, against Catholics, sure, but he actually Martin Luther actually showed respect to the Orthodox.
His point was that this ain't right. Something wrong here. I gotta tell these people that this ain't right. I'm gonna put it on the door. I'm gonna nail my little thing to the door. My complaints. Yeah, a bunch of complaints.
I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm legitimately curious. Like,
Who's talking right now?
I'm just asking. Like, what do you think he was right about? What subjects do you think he was right about?
All kinds of things.
Okay.
All of it. She's just going to generalize all of it.
You want me to get started about some of the complaints that they had?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Purgatory, Mariology.
We don't.
I don't think there's any
problem. You liked Mary.
Oh, everybody liked Mary.
Yeah.
Mary is my homegirl.
Well, you know, as churches separated from the faith, they stopped liking Mary so much.
Indulgences that was happening. Let's see.
I would say so far there's no problem with either of these.
What is this Protestant song going on in chat?
Well, I mean, I guess we could go through these. I mean, if you want to start with,
I can literally hear the really cheap keyboard.
Jesus!
Is that Mr. Wayne?
Actually,
how they do it.
What Richard's posting is a really beautiful song.
Did you just say something classist in Juju's chat?
That's pretty cool.
Did you just say something classist about people's computers?
Classist? No, it's a keyboard, as in like
hear a cheap
no, as in like piano, as in like little key electrical piano.
The musical instrumentary, like the.
You're making fun of people's cheap instruments instead.
I have cheap instruments.
No, I'm more making fun of like how Protestantism has like no reverence. I mean, the Anglicans have a bit.
No reverence.
I would argue respectfully, Terry. I would argue
all the reverence.
No, I'm not saying individual Protestants don't have love for God.
I'm proud of the Protestant. I'm proud of the Protestant tradition. The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant world is the best one. That's the one everybody wants to live in.
Well, okay, that's a little bit disturbing.
That's the one
that
the globalists are trying to destroy the hardest. So what are you talking about? Everybody wants to live here.
Protestants are going to take it personally.
No. By reverence. Yeah,
Protestants are.
You said I got no reverence. I love the Lord.
No, not you. I mean the ideology, right? I don't mean you individually.
Bro. It's just what happened. Things happened, and the church got a little messed up. But there's only one true church.
Well, really? I would just argue respectfully. Jeez. I would say the three examples. I would say all of those are in the Bible. The Mariology, the indulgences, I would say all those are in the Bible.
Well, the thing is Martin Luther was more against Catholic indulgences because the whole Orthodox indulgences thing that fizzled out pretty quickly, right? Because it was classed as like, I don't know if they said it's heretical. Wait,
I don't even know they ever had indulgences. I thought that was just in the West.
It was Catholic influence.
I think with indulgences, to be fair,
I got the 95 treatises right here, the 95 theses that he pinned to the door of that church. And I'll post it in chat if anyone wants to read it.
So what I would say in regards to indulgences, and I'll say this to be fair to Martin Luther, is I think there was a misunderstanding of what an indulgence is. Most people, when they hear the word indulgence, they think, oh, pay $4.99 and you will go to heaven. But that's actually not what an indulgence is classically. So in the Bible, it says very clearly that when a person sins, that causes a damage. Now that damage, damage includes both guilt and disorder. So guilt is, okay, I've rebelled against God. That there needs to be something to turn me away from that guilt. But then there's also disorder, which is the idea of, okay, I live according to charity, and I live this life according to charity. But even after I am, even after the guilt of my sin has been forgiven, the residuals of that still remain. So think of it like this. Imagine somebody rear-ends your car, and the person is like, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to rear-end your car. And you say, okay, I forgive you, but there's still damage to my car, and you caused it. So I think it's fair that you should, repair that. We see this in the Bible a couple times. We see, for example, probably the most famous example is with the golden calf, where God forgives Israel for worshiping the golden calf, but some of their members are still killed, and the ones that weren't killed had to ultimately drink what was left of the golden calf. So it was basically they were taking a statue, melting it down, and then making everybody drink it as a punishment. So there was a punishment that remained even after the guilt of that sin was forgiven, to ultimately cure the disorder that was caused by sin. We also see, when it in the second book of Samuel, when King David has an affair with Bathsheba, he goes to Nathaniel. Nathaniel says that the guilt of his sin is forgiven, but then he also says that a punishment will remain, and we see that leads to the death of his unborn child. And then in the New Testament, we also see this as well. We see when St. Paul is writing his first letter to the Corinthians, he writes, when they're blaspheming the Eucharist, he says, many of you have died, and many of you have gotten sick, but this is only so that you wouldn't be condemned with the rest of the world. So that last line, that you wouldn't be condemned with the rest of the world, that implies that they were still in a state of grace, and that they didn't go to hell, but they were ultimately punished by physical death for their sins, so that they wouldn't ultimately be condemned for that particular sin. And so the idea is with an indulgence is today, when people, today indulgences would usually involve things like going on a pilgrimage, praying, solemn gestures, and that would be a means of remitting a temporal punishment. But if a person dies in a state of charity, they'll still be saved, but that temporal punishment has not been fulfilled at that point. That's okay. All that will happen is that God will purge them of that after they die.
Yeah,
but the idea of
go ahead. Thomas, I'm just saying, like, Martin Luther was right. This is not something that the Pope has any authority to do. Repentance and the change has to come from within. A man can't buy his way out of it. A poor person has as much access to the kingdom of heaven as somebody who's buying an indulgence.
Yeah, the problem with the indulgences is there was misuse of it, right? That's why, especially that's why, like, that's why, like,
real quick.
Saint pieces. They said, this is this person's teeth. It wasn't their teeth. Oh, this is this person's nail clippings. It wasn't their nail clippings.
Exactly.
Come look at it and put it in the water and anoint yourself with this water. It'll heal you. And it was a damn lie. And they were collecting money off of pilgrims. Good Christian people.
Yeah, could a guy deny the church and then fight in the Crusades, and the Pope could declare him heaven bound because he killed heretics in the Crusades? Or could he pay an X amount of money and deny the virginity of Mary, but because he paid an X amount of money to build St. Peter's Basilica or fight and then die in the Crusades, killing heretics, would that make him saved? Does the Pope have that authority? I think not.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say two things. I would say two things. I would say two things. First of all, to answer Jamie's question, the idea of an indulgence in general is that it remits a temporal punishment. So if a person said, well, I deny the perpetual virginity of Mary, that would mean one of two things. Number one, he's let's say he's a little bit ignorant of the doctrine, in which case that would be a material heresy. But if he remains in a state of charity, he's still going to be saved no matter what. So if he has charity, it doesn't matter, because it says in the book of Proverbs, charity covereth all sin. Or number two, he's a formal heretic, and he does, he doesn't assent to the claim of faith like St. Paul says in the book of Romans. But the idea of an indulgence is it doesn't justify a person. It remits a temporal punishment for a man who is already justified. But the second thing I was going to say to answer Terry's point is that is a good question. As I understand Martin Luther's objection,
Jill, that's a complete lie. The Orthodox Church doesn't agree with indulgences, so you've just lied.
I never said the Orthodox Church.
There are massive differences.
What's that?
Well, just to answer Terry's question,
I never made that claim, however. So.
Wait, is that not you in chat?
As I understand Martin Luther's objection, his objection was primarily towards, as I understand it, towards the indulgences going towards the building of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Now, I would say in regards to that, I think the intention of that was not malice, because the idea was, wow, you have people that are voluntarily giving money to build this church. That's a good thing. We should reward them. But I will agree in saying that I think it created terrible optics, which is why today they don't have monetary indulgences. So that's
mostly in the Orthodox view. It's mostly because they see it as almost Latinization of Orthodoxy, right? It's not. We think it's purely Western influence that made that happen at that specific period in time, and it's only a few corrupt individuals. We didn't have the same dogmatic view on it, right? It was more just like a couple individuals did this, right? It wasn't ever a strict doctrine, unlike the Catholic Church, right? And also, Jill, are you back now?
The protest against indulgences has had nothing to do with money. Okay, now this is what they're not going to tell you in the Orthodox or the Catholic Church. It had to do with the idea that a human being or any authority on earth had the ability to change a spiritual reality. Okay, whether you pay enough money or whether you pay a little bit of money, you still do not have the authority on earth to change someone's spiritual reality or destination or comfort during that process, whatever the case may be. You do not have that authority.
We didn't even have the same. We didn't.
Is that actually Clay, Gangster Ghost? I don't think it is.
We didn't even have the same
offered or required to get the
We
indulgence.
didn't have the same theology
Gangster
as the
Ghost?
Catholics regarding indulgences.
Gangster
we didn't
Ghost.
have the same view on it. That's my point. We didn't have the, what is it, treasury?
That's not Clay. That's Bruce.
Oh.
What if somebody was giving Clay a taste of his own medicine?
Yeah,
but anyway,
we don't want none of that.
Jill, I noticed earlier, where'd you go, man? Because I asked you two very important questions and you just kind of popped out.
You asked me a question. Well, I'm sure if I went to answer, you would overtalk. So
no, I didn't.
Now,
You were talking.
You have a question for
like
me.
again.
What was your question?
So, well, no, you didn't answer. You just kept talking about how Orthodox.
You didn't ask me a question that I didn't.
I did. I asked you.
What is your question, sir? The first question.
Yeah, right. I had to. It was a two-part.
You asked me if I celebrate Christmas. I said yes.
Yeah.
You asked me if I celebrated Easter. I said,
and then
we call it Resurrection Day. So which question didn't I answer, sir?
Well, yeah, we call it Pascha. I say Easter.
So
in
which
English,
question didn't I answer?
Right. The follow-up question from that, maybe you disconnected or something, but
So
I said these traditions, because they are traditions, are not explicitly mentioned in the Bible, yet you still follow them, right?
Okay.
And then maybe, like I said, maybe I cut out,
don't
maybe
follow
you cut
them.
out.
Actually,
right?
I don't follow them. I don't celebrate them every year. I've celebrated them in the past, sure, but I don't
But
follow.
even celebrating them
religiously.
in the past, they're not explicitly mentioned in the Bible. You've still done them.
I don't follow things because they're mentioned in the Bible. Otherwise, I would never eat a
Right,
Krispy Kreme
what's your
donut. Hold on.
what's your
Can I
denomination?
respond to you? It's
I
when I
just
go to respond to you, you start talking, and then you get upset and say I don't answer your questions.
that's
Let
all
me
you
be
needed to say.
succinct. Let me be clear in my answer, if I may. May I expound on my answer?
Sure.
Thank you. When I celebrate Krispy Kreme by shoving 12 a dozen down my throat, that is a celebration that I've adopted traditionally, but I am not forcing that tradition onto any Christian, claiming that they are anathema if they do not keep this tradition. Even though it's not found in the Bible, I keep that tradition for me and my family because we like Krispy Kreme donuts. Okay, so please do not compare that with what your church has done historically.
No,
It's not even close to
no,
a
but my point
comparison.
is there are traditions.
You don't have a point.
Wait, I
You
do.
don't have a
Are
point.
you gonna let me? Are you gonna let me make my point? Or are you just gonna tell me I don't?
You
have
don't have a
and let me
point
make
because
it?
it is true that your church places anathema
Okay.
on
Okay.
those who
Like
do
I
not
said,
keep
it's a
certain
holistic worldview.
traditions.
I said to you
So
earlier,
you're
it's a
trying to
whole.
juxtapose that with
Why
traditions
why
that
do you
Christians
care,
keep
Jill? If you don't
when
believe
we
our church
don't
is
do the
true, why
same
do you
thing.
care?
We don't place anathema on someone
Jill,
for not
Jill,
You
are
don't
you
believe
celebrating
even
in
going
Christmas
to
another
let me
person
say
or
or
anything,
Easter.
or are you
So
just going
why
to
are
keep
you making
talking and
those
talking?
two a
I'm
comparison? Why
going
is
to
this
make a
even a
point. Are you
comparison?
going to just keep talking?
It's not even a discussion.
Are you?
It's not even
It's not a
worth my
discussion because you
time.
don't let anyone else get a word in. You're just asserting your views. You're saying, nah, and they're going, I'm not going to listen to you now, right? How do you know the canon of scripture? How do you know the books of the
till
Bible are the
I
correct
get
books of the
my
Bible?
money right. Nah, nah, nah,
Is he
nah.
gone
They can't
again?
tell me
I've
nothing.
already addressed this a billion times. Paul says, keep your stinking traditions. We do not care. It has
Right.
no bearing
How do
on
you
our
know the
relationship with
books in the
Christ.
Bible are in
We
the
do not
Bible?
care about what personal traditions you keep. This is biblical.
That is
Paul
right,
has
and this is a
already
biblical question.
decided
How do
that.
you know it's
This
biblical?
has
How do you
already
know
been
what books go
decided
into
in
the
the book of
Bible?
Acts.
How
So
do you
why
know
you
what
keep
books go into
asking
the
me the
Bible?
same questions already?
No
Everybody,
one's asking you the
That I've
same
already
questions.
answered 20 times already.
Jill, repeat my question back to me, and let's see if you've answered.
You
What did I
asked me
ask you?
why. You asked me why do we celebrate certain traditions
No, that's not the question
that
I
are in
just
the
asked
Bible that
you.
are not explicitly
You're on
taught in
about
the
a question
Bible.
I asked you 5 minutes ago, and I said, okay, fair
You
enough.
asked me another question.
Right? How do you know
Right. Okay.
what
I'm sure.
books
What's
go into
that?
the Bible? How do you know what books go into the Bible without
What does that have to
recognizing the
do with
church?
what we're talking about now?
Because your
So you're
entire
just
position. Right,
getting more and more
wait.
desperate.
No, I'm not.
You're just
No, I'm
getting
not.
more and more desperate. Okay, so here's how we know. Here's how we
Oh,
know
listen.
which books should be in the Bible. You mean the Catholic Bible or our Bible, the Protestant Bible?
Whichever you want to go with.
So the books of the Bible are discovered by men, not determined by men. Meaning that the archaeological spade, along with tradition, has determined which books are reliable based on the principles of canonicity. So there are certain principles.
What principles?
One principle, let me just give you one before I get cut off after 2 minutes of talking. Let me just give you one principle of canonicity. Was it circulated amongst the earliest Christians, the first century Christians? Was that something that was circulated? Obviously, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John passed that test. The writings of Paul passed that test. Okay, and then we have to do with dating and other things that we use to determine which books are authentic.
Okay.
Just the historical method.
Okay, right. I understand that point. What I'm going to say is there were other books circulating around that time, right? There wasn't a strict set canon, so saying it's just historical, right? It doesn't actually give any valuability to how do you know those books are infallible? How do you know the canon is the correct canon of books? You're just saying these books are in history. I'm saying which out of the however many books there were, how do you know they're inspired?
Two different questions. Which one are you asking? First, you asked me how do we know the 27 books, and Eusebius records 27 books.
When I say the canon, I mean
we
the
had a
entire
27
canon.
book canon, whatever, of the New Testament. I know some books were combined. First and Second Corinthians might have been combined. Some of First, Second Thessalonians.
No, I'm not saying that. Many of the
pretty
books
much
in the New
had
Testament
27 books before the second century, before the
hold on,
close of the first century.
No, but you also you had other books as well, right? So you had like false
As
gospels.
far as what they consider to be inspired, Eusebius records 27 by the end of the the first century.
That's fine. How do we know those are inspired?
Okay, hold
I
on.
just gave you there are principles of
How
canonicity.
can we trust
Yeah,
him? How
guys,
can we trust him?
Gangster
That's my
Ghost
point.
wants to say something here, so let's just pause for a bit.
Wow.
Thank you. Everybody, guess who's here? The only
Sandman.
Mr.
Cognac.
Bring me a dream.
I didn't even realize.
Have you received your dreams for Christmas?
Well, to answer your question really quick, briefly, we can use the same tests that we use to determine the books in the first place. So, for instance, if we were to take the same principles and apply them to all the manuscripts that we've compiled since the beginning of dawn of man, we would still come away with the 27 books being the authentic 27 books.
You just happen to agree with
How
the
do you
church.
know they're
Based on the
inspired?
principles of canonicity.
You're just saying
Very
because
simple.
they're in circulars, because they're being circulated.
It's not
right?
circular because there are. It's a
I'm not
science.
saying it's circular.
It's a
I'm fine with
science.
No, wait. I'm fine
You
with
have to know
circularity.
to learn it. You have
so
to learn
long
the
as the
science of
circularity can be
textual
justified.
criticism.
How is knowing if something's inspired by God scientific? How can you
It's a
verify that
science.
scientifically?
It's called textual
Justify
criticism.
it, right? No, right. Textual criticism is fine, right?
Okay,
but
there you go.
So, Jill, has there ever been a?
And you don't need your church. That's why you're triggered right now.
And here,
because
no,
we
here's
don't
why
need
you're
your
cooked.
church.
No, here's why you're cooked.
I gave your
Because,
answer.
you're
You're upset
right.
because I didn't include your church.
No one's upset. I'm going to make a counterpoint. Can I make a counterpoint, or are you
Okay.
just going to make assertions that I'm upset?
Not going to be a counterpoint against what I said, but go ahead.
Right.
I have one.
So you're just saying, right, that textual criticism, right, e.g., sola scriptura, basically, that's basically what you're saying. But neither
Archaeology.
person, right, listen, neither person, right, can prove their interpretation is correct over somebody else's, right?
Okay, now
You
we're
just back
talking
it
about
right-
interpretation.
you spoke for about a minute. No, because you
Okay.
just said textual
Let's
criticism.
have a conversation about
Wait,
interpretation. We're not talking about
I'm gonna
historicity
carry on.
now. Now
No,
we're not talking about
This is
historicity.
part of the argument. Does
Okay,
everybody
no,
else agree with this?
It's a different topic.
It's not a different topic. It's part of the
Historicity is
same
not
topic.
the same
Right.
as
I'm going to
interpretation.
make a point. Are you going to
What
allow
does
me to make my
John-
point? You
John
can
3
you can
mean
you
as
can
opposed
respond to my point
Is John
afterwards.
3 authentic?
Right.
Should it
I'm
be
just
in the
gonna, I'm
canon?
just going to say my
That's
point.
not a different topic.
I'm just going to say my point. Right.
That's why we don't trust your church.
When you have multiple people
This
criticizing
is
the
the way
same
you argue,
text, right?
dishonestly.
It's not dishonestly because you're not even trying to let me speak. You're the one being dishonest because you don't want me to rebuttal.
Let's
right?
hold a minute silence.
Exactly. But right, textual criticism, right, analyzing a text does not verify if it's from God, right? Especially because, like I said, there were other texts in circulations, so anyone's interpretation could have matched up with anyone else's. That's why there were different canons leading up to Nicaea, right? So how do you know which canon it is? And you're just going to say textual criticism, but I'm asking you, how did they know that?
And furthermore, if I can just dovetail on that, like, has there been a single time when you guys were like, you know what, actually this Gnostic text should really be in there and the church was wrong? It seems like you think that we were right about every decision.
The Gnostic text
That's
was
kind
not
of
good.
sus, isn't
The
it?
Gnostic
Are you sure you
texts
guys
were-
aren't just ripping
You
off
gonna
our
let me
tradition?
answer you? You're gonna spur going for 20
I'm
minutes.
sorry. I just want to make
You're
one
sorry,
point to
you're
add to
sorry,
his,
you're
but
sorry.
you got all the
Okay,
time
so
in the world to
Gnostic
respond
texts
now.
are eliminated because they're too late. So regardless of what they have inside of them, even if they do have some good things, and there are some things that are true that were copied, obviously, that match the authentic gospels. This is according to the editor of the Nag Hammadi library, by the way, James Robinson. These texts were written entirely too late to be considered authentic, to be considered part of the canon. Okay, that's your answer.
Okay,
you don't need your church. I'm
That's
sorry,
still
we
no,
never
no.
did.
You've
So
still got an issue
again,
here.
you ended up So for every single book, you basically affirm that what we saw as canon ended up being canon. So how is that actually you coming up with some kind of different standard?
Well, on top of that as well. No, wait.
Okay,
It's
here-
not.
here-
It's not.
okay, I will give you credit for this. It was your scholars.
How do you know it's not 24 books
Okay,
instead of 27?
Wow. Okay, so they came from your schools that you built. Yes. The great institutions that built the West are all part of the Christian tradition in general. No one is denying that. But they use the principles of canonicity, which we still can apply today. All you need is two brains in a room, or two or three, the Bible says. With two or three are gathered, I am in the midst. So you're not going to make any mistakes.
So the historical fact is you guys actually just lifted the canon from us.
No, it's not just. It's not
The
just
historical fact is that we came out of you, genius.
It's not just that though,
So it's
right? It's how do you know it was 27
principles
books?
of canonicity that led you to the right books.
Yeah, so you admit that you guys broke off from the.
I think it was
the
divine
church.
revelation that read them to
And
the
then
right.
we got rid of some more books when we realized that hey, some of this stuff is not in the is not
Oh,
taught in the
so when you can
or
just
Acts.
right.
Okay.
So, like I said, it's you can say, oh yeah, it's because there's 27, right? But I'm asking you, why is it
lives?
Right? How do you know it's not 24 or 20 or 25 or 19 books? You're just saying
Again,
textual.
if we were to take the same principles that were applied, and if you, I can cite some books if you want to read up.
You just said it's in circulation. Circulation does not prove inspiredness.
Okay, you're gonna let me.
You're just restating your same point. I'm asking you.
You're
to
asking the
justify
same defeated argument, the same question, line of questioning for your defeated argument. Okay, you could take. I can recommend some books. Some say there are about 13 principles. Some say there are more, about 20. I've seen 25. Okay, there are several criterion that is used to determine whether a book is authentic. Okay, whether it came from the people who are cited in the book or who their namesakes are, whether it came from the community of Christians. Okay, there are several methods that they employ. So it's not just your church, it was the principles.
So let's get to this straight. So basically, historically,
that
you guys
each
broke off from
with
the
the brain
church.
can
You had
apply
our canon,
today.
and then you started taking away books out of the canon because of your scientific approach. That's basically what happened. I mean, basically, you admitted to being part of the church and then breaking away from it.
Pretty much. But
the church had become, as Martin Luther and others have noticed, and I mean, if you read any historian, a church historian, that is, they'll tell you that the church had become desperately wicked. So reformation was needed. Indulgences was just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, why did it?
Indulgences were taught in the Bible.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah, but why did?
that we didn't
Okay,
even
if that was the case, after all the doctrines were established, especially for the Orthodox Church, why did it take 1,000 years for the Reformation? Right, and
for good reason, yeah, because of the power that the church wielded. So for hundreds of years, people were silenced through other means, like burning at the stake. God,
okay,
I mean,
so
let
me just ask you a question: do you believe that you split off from the church, or do you believe that
the point
Calvinism
that I
is
was
the true church?
making, which got you guys all upset now, and now you're trying to convince me that you guys, the church
no one's
does
upset.
have some benefit historically.
Ad hominem
Your church does
argument.
add to
no one's upset.
Ad hominem
your church
fallacy.
does have some value. I'm not denying that. I'm not suggesting that they don't.
I don't
have any
need your compliments. Make your point.
But the veneration of images, you have placed anathema. Okay,
Because it's a
Now,
holistic worldview.
Tell me that you don't mean that biblically, please, or that your popes or whoever came
Because
up with that.
we don't separate the church from the Bible. The church came first.
Okay, so you do mean that biblically. You do mean someone is separated from Christ if they reject the veneration of the images, and that is never taught.
Wait. You think
in the New Testament?
Wait. You think being anathema immediately means you go to hell?
According to the biblical definition, yes. So if you're not using a biblical definition, maybe they have their own that I'm not aware of.
Don't have a pope, right? But you can be joined to this. Okay, go on.
Which is part of the reason why your church needed to be reformed.
Oh, hold on, Joe.
Because you create doctrines that are not biblical. Anathema
How
biblically
do you know they're not biblical?
Wait. Jill
has a definition biblically.
Jill, stop talking, and everyone else. Gangster Ghost wants to say something.
Oh, I want to hear from Sandman. How are you today, Sandman?
I'm good, buddy. How you doing?
Good. Today's about icons.
Yeah, I saw the.
You should say
what
something
is the
about
mystery of the icons?
The
What do you think?
mystery of the icons. So, Jill, being anathematized doesn't mean you go straight to hell.
Thank you, someone.
Doesn't mean what?
Doesn't mean you go straight to hell.
Doesn't
But
mean you go straight to what?
But there is a church canon.
Well,
that
I'm
says
sorry.
that
Doesn't mean what?
Doesn't mean you go straight to hell. You
Doesn't
said-
mean you go straight to hell. Well, no one goes straight to hell because
You're
hell doesn't
meaning
exist.
You literally said that's what our definition
It
was.
sounds nice, but I'm not really buying into
not
what you're
straight
selling.
to not straight
Okay.
in the sense that you would go to hell. All right, let's change it up. You would go to hell. You take you accept that?
Okay, so he's not meaning to say what Paul is saying in Galatians 1. He's not talking about the same sort of anathema. He's created a new definition of anathema. If any man is preaching to you a gospel contrary to what you receive, he is to be accursed.
He's accursed until yes, which doesn't mean you are like, for example, like Judas, who lost so much grace that he wasn't even able to repent.
To be accursed means to be anathema means to be separated from God.
To be separated, but to what point? Now, if you, let's say, were anathematized and you came back to the truth, well, everything gets straightened out.
Okay. Separated from Christ for the sake of my brethren, Romans 9. So Paul tells us what he means by accursed. Separated from Christ.
Well, do you find this? Do you find that you don't go to hell if you've been anathematized in the Bible?
You are not separated from Christ because you do not burn incense or you refuse to burn incense.
No one's saying that. No one's saying
venerated
that.
Image.
It's not saying that. It's the whole.
Okay.
It's the.
So
It's,
what is
right.
saying that?
When we make these claims, right, is because it's a holistic worldview, right? It means if you deny, as in the sense of if you deny any set doctrine, you're not a part of the church, right?
Okay, so he's just saying you're not a part of the church.
Mm-hmm.
He's
And
not
you're not
saying
part of the
you're not
church, you're not
Christ.
part of God. You're
So he's
disconnected.
placing the church.
The church is Christ's body. Christ says that the
Using what
clergy build
Bible
the church.
considers to be something that separates you from Christ, a word that is anathema, accursed. And he's saying, "Oh, you're going to be accursed from my church." Well, what is he doing?
Okay,
now?
if you
He's
don't
elevating his
agree,
church to the point of
if
Christ.
you don't
So
agree with the one true
any way
church,
you spin it, my friend, any way
right?
you spin it, my friend, we still have to separate.
All Muslims are cursed.
Sorry,
all Muslims are cursed.
I'm sorry. We still have to separate from that.
No, Joe. All Muslims
If
are
I
cursed.
were to say to
listen,
someone,
listen.
if you don't
because it's a
attend my
holistic
YouTube stream, you are anathema.
Okay,
Please
you can say
leave
the
me
same.
alone.
Right,
Please
right.
separate from me. Please do not
Muslims
fellowship with me.
do not agree with you or me.
Okay.
Right? We wouldn't say they're
All
part
right.
of the body of Christ.
GG, you
right?
heard me? If I ever tell you that anything, if
See,
you don't
this
do
guy just
something
yaps.
X, you are anathema. You are cursed. Okay? That's witchcraft first and foremost. Do not listen to what I have to say. Okay? So there's no spinning this, my guy. There is a reason why Reformation was necessary.
Joe.
This is not only troubling, but it leads to a host of error.
Joe, right? You still haven't given a reason why it's 27 books and not 24, right? You're just saying it was in circulation.
I gave you several reasons.
Right. Many of these books.
Here, let me give you another one.
Joe, right? I'm speaking.
I said
have you had a conversation before?
Criticism.
Have you had a
Don't just
conversation
lie
before?
and say I didn't give you any reasons when I
Right.
did.
I'm saying
said the science of sexual
your reasons
criticism. Did I
don't
not?
provide a justification.
Did I not
Because
say
right,
the science of
Jill,
sexual
Jill, are
criticism?
we gonna have
Yes
a
or no?
conversation, or are
Okay.
you just gonna
No,
talk?
well, you made a claim, and I'm trying to respond
No,
to that.
I'm speaking, and then
Yeah,
you
Jill, this is starting to
interrupt
feel
me.
more like a monologue.
Yeah,
than a
it is.
dialogue.
So
It
you
is.
want to make assertions about what I said, but then when I try to
No,
correct
I'm
you,
making a
I'm
point. I'm
over-talking.
gonna make an entire point, but then you
You're going to
interrupt
make
me
6
halfway through
points,
my
and then I
point.
won't be able to refute
No,
any of
it's
them
one
and prove that
point
they're all lies.
containing
It's
things
just
you've
that they're all
said
lies.
and referencing previous
So no, that's not
conversation.
true. But carry on, continue on lying, and I'll try
Right.
to address at least one of them.
Lying, okay, wow. He curses,
Well,
then be
the thing I
accursed.
wanted, the one thing I wanted to say, because Jill said earlier, well, the quote unquote Reformation was needed because the chief problem with indulgences was the idea that man could change another man's spiritual state. It is true that a man by his own natural powers cannot change a person's spiritual state. However, the Bible is very clear. It's abundantly clear in the Gospel of St. John and in other places as well, that God himself can decide to change a man's spiritual state, and that he can do that using the secondary cause of man. So he can use man as an instrument to effect a change in a person's spiritual state. He says that in the Gospel of St. John. He says to the church, he says, whatever sins you retain will be retained. Whatever sins you forgive will be forgiven. So right there, he's saying to the apostles, I'm going to use you human beings as instruments to enact a spiritual change in another person. It doesn't mean they have the magical superpowers to do that. It means that God does that, but he uses instruments, that being human beings, to do that.
Well,
Isn't that a beautiful thing? Isn't that so beautiful?
It was a response to
Let me give you another answer. I gave you 3 already. So another factoid, okay, just for your information. The 27 New Testament books we have today were gathered long before any church council. Okay.
Hello?
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, no, as I say, it was a response to iconoclasm because Arians, non-Trinitarians, non-Trinitarians were literally destroying icons, killing Trinitarians. We were killing each other, right? So when they when they established this in the councils, right, it's to stop these things from happening again, where a group of Arian bishops start to decide to try and overthrow the church, right? So it's not like it came out of nowhere. It's not like they were just like, oh yeah, no, we're just going to say, oh, you have to venerate the icons, otherwise you're anathema. There were reasons behind it, and that's because people were getting murdered over it. Countless people died over this.
It's true. And Jill, you didn't hear this when you were gone, Keanu, but Jill said, well, these books, they were written before any council, but like, that's not the point. The point is that they're in our canon because of liturgies. It's because of what the church saw as being authentic. There was also Gnostic gospels written back then.
Yeah.
So that's how we selected the text that you have. It's not the fact that they were written at a certain point.
Okay, so
it's that they were compiled at a certain point.
This is how I know you're Orthodox and you're not a Christian, because you don't really pay attention to details. My answer to you is that men used the principles of canonicity. So if you want to give credit that they came from my team, oh, look, they came from my ball club. Okay, so great. But it's the same principles we could use today to figure out which books are authentic. If that was the
principles they used, right? Okay. How did they not come to the conclusion?
It wasn't because they had special powers.
Jill, if that was what they used, right? How come it took them more than 300 and so years when Ananias named all the 27 books in the first?
It didn't take them 300 years.
Yes, it did. Historically,
no, we have commentaries from Origen.
Commentaries on specific books. That we have commentaries on heretical books.
No.
What do you mean? No.
It doesn't. What does that have to do with anything?
Because the point is the entire canon.
3rd century.
The entire canon.
What does that have to do? Wait. If I write a book, if I write commentaries on the Bible, and I write commentaries on Shakespeare, Does that mean, oh, you can't accept my commentaries on the Bible now?
Right, but this is the
Why do you
point,
bring-
right?
why do you-
Because
the
these
reason why-
people,
let
right,
me
Jill,
just
you're
say this.
just
Let me
talking.
just
You're
say
not letting
this.
anyone else
Here's
make
the
a point.
reason why
You're
we
talking to
reject the
yourself, Jill.
Orthodox Church.
You're just
It's
talking to
because you
yourself, bro.
guys are so dishonest.
See,
Not
now you're
just the
calling us
history.
dishonest. You're just
so dishonest
insulting.
in your
You don't
deportment.
know the history because
And there's
otherwise
no
you'd
way I
know
could
there were
ever join your
multiple
church.
biblical canons.
The methods that you use to promote your church are completely not only sub-biblical, but they're completely
Right, Jill,
illogical.
you're making assertions. You're just insulting. Are you going to have a conversation, or are you just going to insult people?
Did commentary on pagan work. Okay.
Yeah, because we're talking about the
point of that-
canonicity.
Right.
You're saying that like,
Jill.
oh, there was somebody in the past in the 1st century that talked about Mark, but they also talked about the other books too. That was before the canon of the
Even
Bible.
someone
The
in
canon of
book
the New Testament, I should say.
used can determine.
Oh no, done. The entire canon wasn't decided until the councils.
The New Testament books.
True.
Right.
Even the Old Testament, you can make the argument for that.
So, Jill, there were different canons leading up to then, right? So you're saying textual criticism, right? But we had a bunch of different canons. So how do you know which one's inspired, right? And you're saying, oh, it's just through their textual criticism, and there was nothing that makes it special. Then they could have got it wrong. They could have got the textual criticism wrong. They could have destroyed true books of the gospel for all you know, right?
Yeah, so on some point you're relying on the Holy Spirit to be with the church, and then you think it abandoned us at some point.
Exactly. So you're saying, oh, they made
Not
a
the argument.
fallible. They made a fallible
No one's still
decision
in my
on
argument.
infallible books. It's not straw manning it. It's
Tell me
pointing it
my
out.
argument then. What is my argument?
Justify your position then, because I'm saying
You don't even know my position.
Right.
You don't
I've
even
just
know my
just said it. You're
Still in my
saying right.
I'll wait and
that-
listen to you
okay,
still man my
Are you
position.
gonna let me speak?
Half a
Are you
minute.
gonna let me speak? Or are you gonna keep talking? Right.
Can you
Oh,
still
in 30 seconds, you want me to say your entire position and then say my point? Yeah, nice one.
What
I'm
is
gonna
the
talk for longer
justice
than
of
that.
my position? What am I arguing? Am I arguing that there weren't men and women from the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church or this church or that church? It
What are
doesn't
you
matter
talking about?
because the principles are inviolate.
Right,
It doesn't
and I'm
matter
saying
who
those
uses
principles,
canonicity.
aren't a
The principles of
justification.
canonicity can
Those
be used
principles,
today
right?
by any
Those
nitwit.
principles
By
aren't a
any nitwit.
justification.
Anyone with a brain can
Right.
use
Okay.
the
So you're just
principles
gonna
and
talk.
gather
You're
all
just
the
gonna talk.
manuscripts.
You're running.
Can I finish my point? So
I
you
was
know my
talking. You
argument.
interrupted
Yeah,
me.
yeah. You asked him to steel man your position, and then
And
you
he
didn't
couldn't
stop
do it.
talking.
So now I'm giving
It's because you didn't stop talking, Jill. You got to let him
All right,
speak.
I'll pause. Still man my position, and I'll wait. And
Yeah,
let's see
Right.
if you can
So
get it
you're
right.
saying through textual criticism, we can know which books go into the Bible, right? We can know which ones are inspired and not.
No.
But the problem. What do you mean? No, that was literally your
It's the
entire position.
principles of canonicity.
Don't
Right,
ask him questions
so
when you're
through
steel manning him.
textual
Just go
criticism.
through it.
The
Just
principles
steel
that
man him.
Right.
If
use
you ask him a
today.
question, he's gonna
Yeah,
go
right.
off.
And what were those
Anyone can
principles?
use
What were those
the
principles? Like you said, textual criticism. So I'm going into your point. So you're saying I'm not, but you're just restating. I'm explaining what you were saying, right? So you're saying that the canonicity principles and textual criticism, right, was sufficient. I'm saying, how do you know it's sufficient, right? When this was
I answered
before
that.
the right.
Did you hear
No,
my
you
answer
haven't.
to
No,
that?
you haven't, because I'm going
Okay,
to say something.
can I
Right,
tell you my answer?
Can I
to that? Give me 5
Can I
seconds to tell you
speak?
my answer
My
to
point's
that.
not finished, and you're trying
Wasting
to
our
answer
time.
before I've even made a
Answered
point.
that.
You're
Because
trying
the
to
reason
answer
why
before
we
I've
know
made
it
a
works
point.
is
You're
because
trying
we
to answer
can use
before you know my
the
question.
principles today.
Jill, do you understand how brain dead this is? You're trying to
Jesus
answer
Christ.
before you know my
You're not even
question.
dealing with my argument. The reason why we know we didn't
You're
make
not
a
making
mistake
an argument. You're
is
making an
because we
assertion.
can still apply those same principles
Okay.
today and get the same results that your
Right.
people did.
But you're just saying
supposedly.
what he just said that you're saying. So
It's
just like
Yeah.
let
the
him
point I'm
make his
making is
point.
that it's the
Yeah. So
principles
so
that
you're
preserve.
still not letting me make my point, right? I'm saying that out of those 27 books, right, you can say we can apply those principles, right? But how do you know we're not missing a book or two, right? If they weren't infallibly preserved, right? If they weren't continued from the apostles, right? How do you know that we've not just slotted in a book? Because consistency in text does not equal truth, right? Or because a book collectively makes sense doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean it's inspired or from God, right? So when you say stuff like this, right, you need to realize that because it's in history, you have to trust the church to preserve these things. Otherwise, you don't know if we're missing books, if we've added too many, because books can just line up. They could have just written books that lined up, right? It's not hard.
I like to hear from Sandman. What do you think, Sandman?
Oh, let Jill answer.
Okay, go ahead, Jill.
This is a big thing for the Orthodox Church. This is one of their.
Right, answer the question. I don't want to hear about my church. Answer the question.
Interrupt you while you were talking. This is one of their big pushing points, or their big selling points. So they really are hung up on this idea that they somehow were integral.
Yeah, we're hung up. Answer
the Bible, and without us, you wouldn't have the Bible. We can care less. Okay, generally speaking, we can care less. But I just like to still prove these dumb arguments, these moot points.
Then prove
wrong.
it. Go on.
I like to prove them wrong, even
Bro,
when they're
stop monologuing. Say your position.
Even when it's inconsequential.
Why are you monologuing? He's monologuing so he can think.
So you just like you monologue for the past 20 minutes, not even dealing with my
monologue.
argument.
I made a point because you kept talking.
So if you're not going to deal with my argument.
No, you're not making an argument. You're just like, this is the Orthodox Church. They do this all the time. You're monologuing for 30 seconds before making your point.
All right, guys, let's get some order in here, guys. Come on. All right, let's let Jill just like say what he wants to say. Let's give him time.
You're allowed to monologue. You're allowed to dodge my
let's just let Jill speak for whatever amount of time. It'll be painful, but let's hear it. Go ahead, Jill.
Well, that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool.
We don't need the Orthodox Church.
Right.
We have the tools.
Well,
we
just
can make the same decisions using the same principles.
Right.
We can compile all the manuscripts. We can gather together bishops of the highest, the theologian, the highest minds possible. Maybe throw James White in there. We can. Leighton Flowers is not invited. Okay, we could do the same today. Okay, archaeology, the archaeological spade is what preserved God's word over time, primarily, in my opinion. Okay, and we don't need any apostolic authority. All you need is a brain. All you need is principles. Okay.
You know how you just referenced James White, or whatever his name was? I'm entirely sure it's James White, right? He admits
any mini mighty mo.
No, right.
And
he admits
I'm not going to accept that, but that's not how it happened.
Okay? He admits that you have a canon issue. So you're throwing him in there, and he admits it, right? So, and like I said, you're saying I made a point. Right, wait. I made a point.
What do you mean by canon issue?
Right, because you don't know what books go into the canon. And like I said,
what did Dr. James White say about a canon issue? Please, I'm curious now.
He admits that you can't say that you have an infallible canon, right?
Can't say that you have an infallible. No one can say that they have an infallible canon.
We can. We believe we have an infallible canon because we trust
you
the
believe
reliability
that
of the
your
church
can.
But like I said, right? Like I said.
Okay, gotcha.
If you can't rely on the church, you don't have any epistemology.
We do rely on the church.
No, you rely on what you think is the church, which is the false church.
Based on principles that the church. Can I talk? It's like every time I start talking, this guy starts over talking.
No, because I was already talking and you started talking over me.
You said we can rely on. My response is we do rely on the church, and I'm trying to tell you how. We rely on the principles that the church used. So let's say all the books get lost. Let's say,
and like I said, those principles aren't good enough. I explained why, and you just said no, they are.
There are 27 New Testament books gets lost in history somehow.
Right.
We could compile the same books, the 6,000 manuscripts of the New Testament. We can compile them, the Gnostic text, the Nag Hammadi, and we can come to the same conclusion.
Right.
Based
Like
on the
I
history,
said,
based on what we know about those texts, how old they
Like-
are, the oldest extent, the oldest surviving manuscript, where
right.
they were found, where they circulated, widely used amongst the believers, etc., etc. We could do
Okay,
the
like I
same
said, there
thing
were other
that the bishops
canons.
did in the councils.
There were other canons. There were other books, right? And saying that you can just critically analyze it, or just kind
Yeah,
of
we can.
right. Wait,
It's like
you can't
you
just
think
say
your
yeah, we can without
you
justifying
think
it.
your
I'm
church is
providing.
the only one that
You're
can
laughing. You're laughing. You're not even addressing my argument. You're just saying yeah, we can. I'm saying that
So
it's
were their
not good
brains
enough.
bigger than our
Right.
brains?
No, I'm not saying that.
Is the Orthodox brain?
We don't believe they
there-
did it in the way you're saying, and if they didn't do it in the way, if they
comical.
did,
To
if
be
they
fair,
didn't-
Jill, you did say that you relied on the church. You
In
made
fact,
that.
we have more information
You
now.
you said that you relied on the church, and
Jill, you're laughing.
this is
but how
the
do
thing.
you
I
know
just
she
want
was
to can I just say one thing? So the definition of a heretic is somebody who takes a piece of the truth and they deny the rest of it. So you take a piece of our truth, which is our canonicity, but you deny the rest of the councils.
Wait.
Right.
Who said it was your canonicity? It's not yours. That's
It
the
is.
point I
It's
just
from the
proved.
councils.
Right.
It's not yours.
Right.
That's the point
And,
I
and
just
so
proved.
this stream was about the icons.
preserves
and
principle.
this is the only thing
He
that really
doesn't
ties the
preserve
icons together to
people.
this
Right.
argument is that you are okay with some of the councils, but not with the Seventh Ecumenical Council.
No, right,
You're-
Dan.
you're an
The problem
archaeologist.
is
You
he's
dig up
not
the text
even
too?
he's not even saying like so.
Did
For
your
instance,
archaeologist
when
dig
I
up
say
the
how
text?
does he not know there were other
Were
books?
they
that were
ordained?
How does he not know there were other books that were
Were the
destroyed or
archaeologists
something
ordained?
similar?
Tell
Right?
me. Or
He
were
just
they
goes,
some of
"Oh,
the
we just
saints?
analyze it through
Do we have
critical."
any archaeological saints?
Jill, you're just monologuing again. You're even trying to listen to the point I was making.
You guys are comical.
You're just making assertions. You're not justifying anything. Jill, when I say, how do you know there's not a missing book or two? For instance, how do you know none of the original books are destroyed? You just say, because we do textual analysis. That's not my argument. I'm not asking what you do. I'm asking how do you justify that makes the books inspired? And you just say we do. That's not a justification.
In fact, one of the arguments that I make with atheists, when dealing with atheists who basically argue
I don't care. Make this point.
the exact opposite of what you're trying to argue here, but neither of you are convincing. But what I argue,
Because you're not dealing with the argument. You're strawmanning.
when they argue that the Bible was corrupted by, say, Constantine, 4th century, 5th century, etc., these councils, when they say, oh, they just picked and choose the books that they wanted, that they favored for whatever reason politically, one of the arguments I make to combat that is the archaeological spade. So if let's say Constantine were to make legendary changes to all of the books and then not allow you to have any other copy but his and persecute you by the sword, we would still have, while he was doing the tyranny, while he was practicing such tyranny, such antichrist behaviors, and again, this is hypothetical, underneath his feet were buried the canon that would be digged up later in the 650s and 60s or whatever.
Okay, what does that have to do with my argument? You're saying the canon. You're saying the canon justifies the canon,
despite the wicked behavior of the king who burnt all the extant copies, surviving copies.
Okay,
Despite that, God would still preserve His word despite man.
right?
Okay, hold on, everybody.
God only has ever, right, even in the Old Testament.
Please respect the moderator.
Yeah, I feel like I need an air horn or something at some point. Like, guys, come on.
Logan's trying to talk.
Yeah,
This
he's
is
the host.
Oh,
He's the host
sorry.
of the stream.
Sorry,
That's
Ghost.
all
I didn't hear you.
Oh, that's all right. Hold on.
I'll turn you up.
Sorry about that, Jess. I thought you
That's
were.
all right. Did you think I was Bruce?
'Cause you
Why would
came in-
Bruce want to talk about icons, though?
Because he comes up as other people so they can
Oh.
get in. Yeah.
No, it's me.
Yeah. So
that's
good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I feel like the last I've been kind of writing some stuff and working on some stuff, but I've been kind of like listening in the background, and I feel like this whole last hour has just been Jill being like, well, I don't believe you. Well, the room is about icons. The room is about the mystery of icons. We're here to icons. If that's not your bag, Jill, come back for another room where they're talking about how great Tulip is or debating, these things.
Yeah, I never mentioned
in
We're
my
actually
opinion.
Talking about icons, Dan shared his testimony about Mary, the icon Mary, how he believes that it helped.
And your response was to be incredulous and question it, like you do with everyone who says anything.
I am skeptical.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I would just say though that you might want to pray about that and actually
I don't
learn to hear.
No,
to learn to actually hear people because
do not tell a
it's
Christian,
meaningful to their faith.
I know you come from an Orthodox or Catholic position.
Oh my gosh,
Do
I'm
not
saying
tell
this
a
just because I'm
born-again
Orthodox
believer.
and not because I think you should act like a
Do
good
not
person.
ever tell a born.
So Logan, could we like kick Jill and talk about icons now?
Okay.
Could we go ahead, like, or are we just going to do like the Bruce thing now?
We were talking about icons until
No, we weren't.
You're
spurging out and arguing with everybody.
I'm just responding to you
because everything about you comes back to Tulip.
Okay, too bad.
Jill, you never gave an argument for anything. You've just kept on restating your position.
You just kept telling people what they were saying.
Tulip here, sir. No
But
one
Jill,
all comes back
we're
to
going
it every time.
Okay, go ahead, Jess.
I'm just saying. Oh no, I'm just
No one
saying.
mentioned
What's the
Tulip.
point to have the same argument over and over? I mean, what is the point? How is it edifying? How does it glorify God for people to be this nasty to each other and just go back and forth and not even hearing what each other are saying in the first place? What is the point?
Well, to be fair, I tried my best to hear him out, but he just kept restating his position.
Well, that's what he does. Do you know what the here, I'll read you something. There's something called the personal, like anyone who knows debate knows this one, the personal incredulity fallacy. A logical error where someone claims a proposition is false or true simply because they find it difficult to understand, imagine, or believe, rather than addressing the actual evidence or logic. This is what he's been doing for the past hour and a half.
Yeah, I apologize if I dragged it out, boys.
No, well, yeah, but the thing is like someone like that, they're just going to ram things through, and be like, well, I'm right. Well, I don't believe you, and I'm right. Like that's the whole
he was
conversation.
being belittling the entire time, like he was laughing and calling us idiots and being like, "Oh no,
he
I'm
just
the
finds it
true
incredulous. He finds it incredulous, and he can't understand why we believe in the institution of the church. He can't really understand that. So his only response to that is just going to be incredulous about it and to just say you're misguided because you're Orthodox.
Yeah,
and that's what he's been saying over and over, and it's just not an edifying conversation for anyone.
It made me laugh so much when he'd say, "Oh yeah, no, we do it through textual criticism. We can do it today." But how do you know those texts were preserved correctly without the infallibility of the church? And he's like, "Oh, because we do textual criticism." He doesn't want to
think about that because that will make him have to think differently. So he doesn't want to have that conversation.
Exactly. It's so silly.
So I haven't met you before, Arno. I'm also Orthodox, so
I'm only a catechumen.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you have a little bit of a grip on things. It's like almost a full Orthodox room. Well, now it's all Orthodox except for Logan.
One Catholic's like, I'm out of here. Wait. Wait. No, Dwayne Burke is non-denominational. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah. He's about to come back and say that.
I like all three. Oh, hi Jess. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I got hurt really bad earlier in the week, but I'm doing a lot better now.
Sorry about that. I hope it get better for you.
Yeah, I usually never miss work over stuff like that, but it just was unavoidable. But you know what? I got some rest for a change.
May Saint Pantaleimon pray unto God for you and us.
I appreciate that.
My sister got healed by Saint Pantaleimon pretty recently. She was pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy your story, Daniel, when you talk about the inexhaustible cup, because we do have to realize, like, even if we were to try to be like Jill and be just more scientifically minded, I think that most people can understand the focus of what an icon is, and just the thoughts you think along with that, and how you can kind of focus down on, I guess, the concepts of who these saints are and the realization that they exist, right?
Yeah, and what that cup represents, right?
Yeah, exactly. And just like, I don't know, like I think that the way our minds work as people, that we can't be so literal about absolutely everything, and think of ourselves as purely scientific, and not be able to grasp, like, the poetry of something, the other meanings of things, the complexities of things having these meanings. We have to allow that, and I think that that's part of what Jesus is talking about, when he says to be like a child, right? Or to be wise as serpents but innocent as doves. Yes, we should be wise. Yes, we should know the scriptures and the canons, and we should know our faith, but we should also have that innocence to embrace, like, the amazement of what we have. Because if we are just, like, almost neurotically over analytical, we will lose that. We will lose that, and we won't be able to participate in it, because we're picking everything apart. And we all know this, like, in a relationship with a person, if you pick every little thing about them apart and quantify everything, how can you have a relationship with that person?
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that you said that, because that's been something that's been kind of on my mind lately, is being neurotic and overly scrupulous, and being like legalistic, and like having to pull myself away from that, and I think that's probably from like a Western mindset, and struggling with that, and being like, I got to realize that, like, God is walking with me actively, and he's a healer, and like all of this is about healing. It's not like you do this and then this happens and this and this, and like you have to not get in your head so much about it. And God's really been working with fasting a lot with that for me, because like there's been a lot of moments where like it made sense for me to break the fast out of love, and like I want to reject that. I'm like, oh man, I'm fasting right now, I don't want to eat any meat. But it's like, then like somebody comes to you with this food that has meat in it, it's just like, man, I had to not be legalistic here. Like, that's not the point of fasting. That would be me worshiping like on my own understanding at that point. Like that would not be the correct ascetic practice. So like I'm glad you mentioned that.
I felt the same way when my Uber Eats driver delivered my food earlier.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to add, like, sometimes I almost envy the children in my church who have grown up Orthodox, because they engage in all of it fully and they don't overthink it.
Yeah.
And that's where I would like to be when it comes to my faith, is to not be analytical or judgmental, or saying, oh well, this really isn't my preference that they use this tone, or that they said this prayer, or like as adults we get so hung up on our own preferences, instead of just taking it as it comes to us, and being able to appreciate that. And just like you see little kids kiss icons, you see little kids take part in certain traditions in the church, and they're not overthinking it, they're just receiving it like a gift. And that's something I think a lot of people miss, because they're so obsessed with trying to figure things out. They're so obsessed with knowing and telling others how to know, and I think sometimes it blinds them to see that thing, that you have to be more innocent, and open to amazement, and open to that energy, to be able to understand it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Having the faith of a child, that's gotta be the key.
Those kids see that icon and they go, "Oh,
Look at that." Yeah. Man, I wish I was raised Orthodox. Like that's what I want for my
Same.
children.
But you also have to realize, like, if people, you could be raised Orthodox and have parents that are very neurotic about their orthodoxy, and they could make you that way. Like, you could still miss it even if you grow up in it, right? So
I've got a friend that had that experience.
Yeah.
So he came from an Orthodox background, but then moving into the UK, he had a cesspool of degeneracy, kind of just fell out of it, and now he's got all the tattoos and stuff, and he claims he's Orthodox, but he told me the last time he went to church was 5. He's 21.
Yeah.
And of course,
hopefully one day he'll come home. You know, the beautiful thing about it, even if you do leave the church, is that you can come back.
Yeah.
And you're like the prodigal son. You're literally fulfilling a prophecy when you come back to the church.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Like I'm hoping that one day I get to just sit down and have a conversation with him about it. Because, I mean, to be fair, I've noticed that unless you're coming across someone like that just is ad hoc, tag really works well. Like the transcendental argument. Like I rarely see too many. Like, for instance, Dan, Joe, the guy that I'm talking to in your comments, right? People like that, where they say that they don't need to provide a justification for anything, right? They're the type of people we just avoid. But like, I've got quite a few friends who are quite open to it, right? And that, like, I've got my one friend Caleb, who he says he's agnostic, and he says, okay, he agreed that the argument makes sense, and you can't think of any way out of it really, apart from just being a retard and just not being able to justify anything. So he said he will look into it, but in a couple of years, right? But that might be like do you know what I mean? Like a little seed, or a little crack in the shell. And then someone else comes along, and then, you know what I mean? Progressively, the Lord gets to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question. Hi, Zedon.
Hey, gangster buddy.
How are you?
Yeah.
Guy?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, buddy. TGIF.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, I like your new little the X talk. I like that. Reminds me of the X Files.
Oh, thank you. Oh, kind of reads. You and Dwayne are both from Brooklyn.
Both from where?
Yeah, you have the same name as Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Wait,
too.
Dwayne, where are you from?
England.
Yeah, but whereabouts?
Northeast England.
I'm in the East Midlands.
East Midlands, huh?
Yeah, Derby.
Derby, lad.
You
Derby.
sound like an Irishman.
Where are you from, lad?
County Durham.
Boston.
Is it?
Okay.
Okay. Damn. You ever thought going to an Orthodox church, bro?
Say that again?
You ever thought about going to an Orthodox church?
Orthodox church?
Yeah.
I've been to a few different churches around here.
Mate, I tell you right now, it's a mad experience. When I first went, bro, I started cleaning up my act and everything. Yeah, mate. You immediately start, because it feels more real as well, man. There's so much more like, do you know like the priests and stuff? They're not running up on stage trying to make it all like, oh, this is supposed to be enjoyable. Like, they fully focus on the service.
Yeah.
So like, it's just nice to watch and just experience. It's like, I don't know how to describe it other than like, it's almost like a meditative experience. You know what I mean?
Must be good.
Mate, it's beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, you make a good point that it's not really about like appealing to our sensibilities. It's like, this is how we offer ourselves to God. And this is the way that he kind of offered himself to us through the liturgy, right? And it's like this wonderful tradition that's been going on for so long that we can walk the same footsteps. Like, it's not to say that liturgy hasn't changed. It does evolve over time because it's a living organism. But like, everything that happens is like because there's been new saints, you know, like there's new saints to sing about, and like new things have happened in the church, you know. It's beautiful, you know. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they sing. Do you know if they sing Agni Parthen and on the 21st, like, do you know, on the Sunday? Because it's the feast, isn't it? At least in the new calendar.
Yeah, what feast is that? Let me take a look, because it's the forefathers, I thought, but I'm not positive.
It's the Nativity feast.
Sunday before
There
Nativity.
was liturgy today, but I didn't get home in time to make it.
Yeah.
Did you have liturgy today?
Me?
Yeah.
I wish. I was taking my dad to the hospital, so it was old calendar St. Nicholas Day. I was going to go to liturgy and take the Eucharist, but
I don't know if that's what. I'll have to look at my church calendar.
I had to help my dad, and I was just like, you know, this is what God would want me to do. God would want me to help my dad and not go to liturgy.
Yeah. Take your dad to liturgy.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to convince him to get there for Christmas, and I'm
get
taking
him
another guy.
chrismated, and he can get all those good holy blessings, man.
Well, he's been anointed during. So we have something cool at our parish every first Wednesday of the month. Everybody, whether you're a catechumen, an inquirer, or just somebody off the street, everyone can get anointed from the church. This is a gift that's given. And my priest has like he calls it the medicine cabinet. He has like so many oils from different relics, and he'll just pick one for that day. And he'll anoint you for healing. And my dad got anointed that way.
That's pretty young.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of special oils from different churches all over the country, because like bishops and metropolitans and people representing the church will come visit our church and do a special liturgy or special service for them, and they bring the oil that is only produced at that cathedral or that church, and it's really cool. I can't remember which one. It might be, is it St. John the Wonder Worker in San Francisco? In San Francisco?
Yeah. That's
yeah. So I have like 6 good sized dropper bottles of his oil. It's a healing oil.
Saint.
Yeah,
man, he was so cool. Do you know his story about like in World War II?
I know a bit about it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He just appeared. He appeared with the Eucharist for somebody who was about to die in a hospital while they're like there was a giant storm. There's no way you could get in. Yeah. Just appears. Yeah. And
Right
he thinks nothing of it too. And he's just like, you know, these are the prayers of the saints that healed you, not me. You know, he was so humble.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's kind of what I've been spending more of my time. I've really been getting away from the news cycle and been listening to more of the saints, the sayings of the saints, catching up on some of the Saint Paisios that I hadn't finished yet.
Nice.
Just kind of doing that. We're in the middle of the Nativity fast. It's a good time to catch up with everything and stop worrying about.
He's your intercessor, right?
Saint Paisios?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my saint.
Mine's Prophet Daniel. His day was not too long ago. I had my name's day. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
On the 17th. Yeah.
I really want to know what I'm going to get named when I'm baptized. Like, I hope it's something cool.
Well, have you been thinking about that? Because you had to decide that.
I have a really
no. I got told my priest decides it.
No,
your priest is going to decide it for you.
You can influence that. You can influence that. So I chose Paisios because his stuff kept popping up in my feed, but that wasn't the only reason. I also just saw some stories and certain things in certain contexts that kind of popped up. But then when I was about to say, okay, I want to choose Saint Paisios, I realized my name day would also be on my birthday. So there he is. So I don't know how that lined up, but my saint died on my birthday.
That's pretty
cool. Fell asleep in the Lord on my birthday.
See,
yeah.
I don't know if I want to pick because.
And he's been alive he's been alive while I was alive. He was alive in the 80s.
Yeah. Well, he only died 10 years ago, didn't he?
Yeah, more than 10, like early 90s, late 80s, I think.
I thought he died
I
in
can't remember
2015.
the year. You're thinking of? Are you thinking of Seraphim Rose, maybe, or?
Oh, I have his too.
Yeah, I think I was reading some of Saint Paisios's disciples who wrote about him in
He passed
2015.
away July 12th, 1994.
Yeah.
This is Saint Seraphim Rose.
Yep.
See, I want some cool name like Seraphim.
I would be careful picking Seraphim because, like, it almost seems like every Orthodox on the internet has chosen Seraphim.
There are too many Seraphims, man. Please don't pick Seraphim. Seraphim is such a cool name, but don't do it, man. It drives me nuts. I'm just like, I can't keep track of them all.
So if I go on Facebook, because I just get random orthos that add me, if I go on Facebook and start typing in Seraphim, I'm friends with like 16 people named Seraphim.
It's such a cool name. I understand.
I never met anyone that went by that name, and now I know like 16 of them that go by Seraphim on the internet.
Yeah.
There's too many of them.
I personally think that you should really try to find the saint that's close to your name. Is your name actually Keanu?
Yeah.
Saint Keanu. What would that be? What is Keanu derivative of?
It means a cool breeze over a mountain in Hawaiian. So I guess a Hawaiian saint. I doubt that exists.
What's the church that has the Ivory icon? What saint is that? Because I think it's up on a mountain too. Hold on. I'm looking it up. What church is the Ivory icon at?
Where's this guy called Your Best? Guy, nobody said in the comments thing.
What's up? What? It's in the comments. Let me take a look. Not trying to be disrespectful, but is Daniel a trans man?
What?
Oh yeah, I'm such a pretty man. Yeah, maybe I am a
We've
woman.
got Saint Keen, which is just my name without a U. And he's a Celtic.
Did you just search your name and you found that?
Yeah.
Oh, there is a Saint Keanu?
No.
Okay.
But he's called Saint Keen. So, oh no, it's Saint Keir. He's a 5th century British saint.
Oh my god.
Do you know that there's a Saint Turbo? You could literally be Turbo.
Oh, the guy from Jingle All the Way?
Turbo Man.
Turbo Man. Yeah.
I mean,
I would find someone that like the core of like what they were about kind of resonates with you. I'm obviously like Paisios. My name's Jess. Paisios is nowhere near my regular name, so but I chose it for like a lot of reasons. But like some people are like constantly praying for other people, or like they really care about other people, and like you're saying, like you care about your friend and you're hoping he comes back to the church, like things like that. If you read enough of the saints, you'll find someone who you're like, hey, that's me. You know, like you're like, that's me, and he was great, so maybe he can guide me to be better at being me. Who's typing?
That's Keanu.
Me. I'm trying to figure out if there's any saints that have similar.
I don't know why, but that typing is so loud. It just makes me think of that GIF of the cat typing on the keyboard. It's so funny.
Right, I probably shouldn't name myself after a female saint.
No, it's acceptable. Like I know I know a woman who took Saint Paisios as their saint. I feel like it's more okay for a woman to take a male patron saint. I don't know if a man should take a female patron saint. Yeah, but there are some really good ones. There's some really awesome ones. I like Saint Olga.
Oh, wow. What does Sandman has to say?
What's your saint, Sandman?
Yeah.
Saint Mary of Egypt.
Who?
Saint
Wait,
Mary
that's not
of
the one you
Egypt.
picked, though. What did you pick for your intercessor?
That's the one I picked.
You picked a female for your intercessor?
Yep.
Okay, we've just
So
been
when you go
sliding
to
through this
communion,
When
entire
did you?
time.
How old
say
were you when
Mary?
you did that?
What? Say again?
How old were you when you picked her?
I picked her recently, actually.
Okay.
I thought you were Cradle Orthodox.
That doesn't mean he can't pick a intercessor. I've heard of people changing their intercessor.
Wait. I'm confused. So when you come up to the Eucharist, do they say the servant of God Mary?
No, they asked for your name. Your name.
Yeah, but you're supposed to say your
You're
saint
supposed
name.
to say your patron
Yeah,
saint's
I'm
name.
Sandy. Like I'm Sandy.
Who said that?
Remember me?
That's what
That's
you do.
literally what you do when you receive the Eucharist.
No,
Yes.
it's not what we do.
What church did you go to where you got a female intercessor and you don't say your saint name when you take Eucharist?
So, do you know what the priest says when you come up to the Eucharist?
Yeah.
In Greek. Let me find it for you.
Oh, not in Greek. I know it in English. Can you mute yourself, Keanu? Yeah, come on, man.
Oh, can you still hear it?
Yes,
That's
yes,
a little
please.
aggressive, brother.
I'm sorry.
Good grief.
Wild man.
Let me see if I can find it for you, Daniel.
Yeah, that's so confusing to me because, like, I've
Dan's
never
trying
heard
to
of that
prove
before.
Sandman's not Orthodox again. Here he goes.
I know it does feel that way.
Very suspicious.
Very
Sand
suspicious,
man.
Sandman. I've never heard of that before, but I could be,
I mean, I've had the experience that they always ask me. They say the servant of God.
Then you say your saint name,
and then
yeah.
you say your saint name.
Your saint name, if you want to use it in that context, would be your name. So, in other words, if your name is Nicholas, then that's your saint.
My name is Jess, and I say Paisios when I walk up to receive the Eucharist.
Were you baptized, Paisios?
Yes.
Okay, so your
So what were you
spiritual-
baptized as, Sandman?
So
Yeah, that's what we were asking, Sandman.
So your spiritual name at baptism is Paisios, right?
Yes.
That's it. So that's what μεταλαμβάνεται ο δούλος του Θεού, Paisios. Or Daniel, what is yours?
Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, my intercessor's prophet Daniel. So I was actually in my parents, especially my dad, intentionally named me after that prophet too. So it was very clear for me who I should choose because my parents already chose it for me. So
Right.
what were you baptized as? That's what.
Well, I don't put it out, but I mean,
your first name.
It's the name that they use. Yeah, when I take communion.
Yeah. Are you that paranoid? You're not going to tell us your first name?
That's the name that I use. Yeah.
All right.
Actually, it's not.
Is it Stephen?
But hear me out. It's not actually attached to a saint.
Is it Stephen?
You can say Stephen.
Okay.
His first name is Sand and last name Man.
So okay, so when you meant Patriot Saint, meaning your baptized name, That's what you
Yeah, patron saint. That's your patron saint. Is your name day saint?
Okay. I thought you meant like what is your preferred saint?
No, I got.
Well, I
lots
mean,
of
I
saints
have
like
lots of
that. Yeah, my
favorite
goodness.
saints. Yeah, I can't even list them all probably, but no, you obviously have. And what the weird one is though, I don't the whole guardian angel thing. Like, there's only two. There's only two named angels that are like commonly used, or in the iconography. So that's kind of funny. Like you don't really know your guardian angel could be any angel.
You know, there's a piety out there that comes from the Bible because they, at one point, when they didn't believe that an apostle showed up from jail, I think it was Paul, they were like, oh, it must be Paul's angel, because there was a belief that your angel looks just like you. So, like, there is a piety out there that for everyone who's born, an angel is assigned to you and a devil.
Say that again.
An angel and a demon is
And then
assigned
when
to you at
you're
birth.
debating on doing something bad, they sit on your shoulder and they both whisper in your ear, like, "Oh, do this, no, do that."
Yeah.
No, what I'm taking is by
Essentially,
there's
there's like a war that goes on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
They debate.
Like the devil assigns one of his minions, and okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like, he'll assign one because he's got a third of the, heaven came down with him because he was one of the commanders.
Well, when you get chrismated and you spit on him, he takes that personally and he sends you a personal harasser, right?
Yeah.
Well, so this is what my priest told me, because like a monk was not a monk, it was a nun who was telling him this, and he said, it's one demon, one angel for every laity. It's 3 for every monk. At 3 demons, just 1 angel for every monk. And then he said, that sounds awful. And she said to him, it gets worse, Father. If for every priest there's 40 demons and only 1 angel.
God.
So, these
Some
things
of 'em
aren't
might
strictly
even-
meant to be dogmatic, but like it's just a pious tradition. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of them might even be in the parish.
That's right.
There are
Oh,
some
Dwayne.
people that are a priest's daily test. I hope it's not me.
Yeah, I endeavor not to be that guy. I'm just like, let me make sure I really need to text Father about this.
So Keanu asked.
Do any of you guys see what's going on in the chat?
Oh my gosh.
Mate, he's piping up again. Joey's been talking the entire time, just chatting in chat, right?
Oh, Jill has been.
What was really funny was when he got muted so you could actually finish your sentence, and he just started complaining that he got muted in the chat instead of listening to what you were saying.
Mate, I said to him in this, I thought neither of those proved they were preserved, right? And then he just said, clearly you don't understand. That was his argument. His argument was, you're dumb.
Yeah. Well, I just feel like he would be more effective if just every time anyone said anything, he just goes, "That's preposterous," because that's basically what he's doing.
Yeah, it's like a no. That's his argument. No.
Just find lots of different ways to be like, "I don't believe you."
Yeah, that was basically the entire. That's his worldview. Is anything outside of my worldview is wrong.
Well, don't forget they're
that
disconnected
Clay?
from the church,
Is
right?
that Clay in the chat?
I don't know, but I just put them on a timeout for 24 hours.
Who was it?
I mean,
It's
No idea.
It's been a long time since Dan transitioned. Please leave it.
Yeah. So, it's been a long journey, getting to know my body, my new body.
He grew a penis.
I mean,
Yeah.
but like going from being like a severe alcoholic to not being, you probably do feel like you have a new body.
Oh, well, yeah, for sure. I mean, well, that was the craziest thing is I had a very high blood pressure, and then
Yeah.
afterwards I have too low
Oh, I
blood
know.
pressure.
Yeah.
That's why I had to do like nicotine pouches and such. Like I
Yeah.
used to be on a med for it too, but I got off of that. But yeah, no, my body completely changed. Yeah, I had a very transformative experience. It was glory to God.
Yeah,
it's so lovely to hear, man. My father was an alcoholic. I only son I'm addicted to cigarettes, so I can't put. I mean, that's only a little bit.
Wait a second, guys. This is our song.
Is someone playing? Okay. This is the song
He's
Cam
got
played
the
at his coming out
question
party.
that'll make you think from God to movies. I love it, GG. Thanks, AJ.
Thanks, AJ.
Shout out to the good AJ.
You can't
With the
see me
bangers.
dancing, but I'm doing the finger guns as well. It feels very
I
pointless.
thought it was
watching
Bruno
that
Mars
feeling.
for a
I'm
second.
Hit that like button. That's what GG's telling you. Hit that like button.
This is actually
Hit that
Bruce
like.
singing.
Yeah.
Zealot. What's happening, bro?
Sandy.
Hey, look.
I could barely hear you over the DJ's
I'm gonna
music
start
in the
calling
club.
Sandy Randy.
Randy.
Sandy.
Is Lena Catholic?
Yes.
100%.
She's a zealot.
Amen.
She's from the Zealot's Den.
Oh, I just realized, dude, it's like 10:20. I gotta I gotta pray and go tuck my family in.
Oh, go be a father.
Yeah, y'all have fun. I'm finally done what I was doing too, but it was good to talk with you guys and the bit of conversation we had earlier. Y'all take care and have a blessed night.
Blessed nativity if I don't see you again.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Bye.
Also, Gangster Ghost and Dan, if
Yeah.
you ever hear me go off into like a tangent of me and a guy repeating the same argument again and again and again, just mute us both.
Okay.
Because I think that did waste a significant amount of time. Because I can tell the past conversation, the past like hours bit has been way more fun than that was.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about
Well,
that.
but I also feel like you're not Ortho Bros.
Yeah.
Sounds like George Michaels.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, Keanu, because
because
Twin Jazz Gangster.
Who's Dan Loves Linda?
That Clay?
Gangster goes to you know who you're letting in the stream.
Sorry. I thought that might have been Clay.
No, I think you meant Lena. I think they were supposed to say Lena probably if they were trolling.
It says Dan loves Lena.
Ghost, do you
Lena-
make all these AI songs?
Lena should come up.
Uh,
How come Lena never comes up?
Oh, she
Some
tried
people
to.
don't come on, Sandy.
What's
She
that?
tried to before, but it wouldn't work for her for some reason.
Oh.
This video, this song I made, but the other one was made by AJ. This one, yeah. See?
Get down.
Yep, the good AJ.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
But yeah, so if an Orthodox and a Catholic were to get married, what would happen with that, Sandy?
To be
Would they be an Orthodox?
You're not supposed to marry an Orthodox with a Catholic.
Yeah, you'd get a Philly no quay.
Well, actually,
Really no.
actually, guys, you can actually get married, but it has to be under the guidance of the priest, and the children have to be raised Orthodox, and the understanding has to be that the wife is going to try to conform to her husband and be a good wife, and come to the same church as the rest of her family.
Well, that's actually a new doctrine. That's not true.
Well,
Oh,
it's
tell
an
me more, tell me more.
economia. It's an economia, Mr.
Well, I was going to
Stanley.
actually say that maybe there are churches that say that.
That sounds a little bit Greek to me.
But,
You literally go to a
it's
Greek
not
parish.
only-
I know.
All right.
It's not only Greek. It's a few other who will say that. Although, if you go look at the canons, it
OCA.
forbids it, strictly forbids it, unless there's
Really?
a conversion, a sincere conversion, not like Keanu was going through catechism. You can't marry.
I'm really lazy with my catechism though. I really need to be better with it. I like casually
hey,
check
sloths
out.
of sin, Keanu. Sloths of sin, brother.
Yeah, I know. I think sloth's the main one. I can always never be bothered to do anything. Like, I will happily lay in my bed for weeks straight.
But Daniel, I do have a video talking about that actually on union, marriage union.
Oh, on the Sandman 919 channel?
Yeah.
I'll have to go check that out, Sandy. I gotta hit that notification bell. They never pop
But
up
I
for
mean,
me.
I understand.
Oh yeah, don't let this guy on. It's saying that I love a hooker. That doesn't sound good. That sounds like bad news.
Who do you love,
What's a
Daniel?
hooker?
Oh,
I love Jesus
I won't let
Christ is
that
who
on.
I love.
Bruce's
That's
sister? No?
what I pledge my.
Pike, that was you trolling like that? I would have never suspected.
No, that wasn't Pike. That
What?
wasn't Pike.
Bruce's
Just funny
sister.
timing, Pike. Just
I gotta
funny
get
timing.
Bruce's sister.
Okay. I didn't know what you're talking about.
I think Bruce is ready to maybe speak to his sister and tell her to come on. He's beginning to take a liking, Daniel.
That sounds like a challenge, Lena. I'm just commenting on Lena's comment. I'm just commenting on Lena's comment. I said that sounds like a challenge.
Oh, is Lena coming up?
No, she was joking on Orthodox and Catholics marrying because he's an Orthodox and she's a Catholic. And the comment says she remembers Dan saying if he married a Catholic, it's fine. He'll just change her with a wink face.
Yeah, that's true. I did say that. I did say that. I stand by it.
In the OCA, Daniel, they allow that?
I can fix her.
Under the guidance of a priest, that can be an economia. Yeah.
Under a guide, that's not an economia. You can't overstep canons and call it or use it through an economia. Is what I'm saying. I just said, does under the guidance, like I don't understand what is that.
Well, I've talked to a lot of priests about this, and they absolutely would say that it's up to the clergy on how to do the house rules. That's what economia means.
No, canons prevent priests from calling it or doing with their own house rules. That's what canons are. Canons guide the ship. If you are not guided by a ship,
I trust the clergy on this.
Right, the clergy itself, then you know the clergy is steering in another direction. That's what I'm trying to say.
To be fair, though, he did say regarding that, it is like he said that the woman has to become Orthodox and the kids have to be Orthodox.
Right.
So she would just be converting to Orthodoxy to marry the person. So she would still be Orthodox. She wouldn't be Catholic anymore.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, that's the idea of it. And you know, again, now this is talking to a lot of priests, you know, and also understanding some theologians and what they've had to say about this. Like, I would highly recommend to you, Keanu, Thinking Orthodox by Dr. Joe. Let me make sure I got her name right. Justine Constantino, I believe is how you pronounce her name, but it's called Thinking Orthodox. But anyway, is that it's up to the clergy on how to apply the canons. And it's always been that way. And I can give you so many examples of canons that are no longer in place today. For example, no one's allowed to sing in liturgy except for the clergy, according to a canon. Nobody's allowed to go to church service without taking the Eucharist, according to canon. A priest can't get married. A priest can't be ordained until he's 30 years old. That's a canon that's been broken many times. And the list goes on and on. You know, fasting rules, et cetera, of canons that have been flexible. Some that like aren't being even in use anymore. Them all there because, you know, historically it's valuable to us, but it all has a time and a place in history of the church.
It does depend on which jurisdiction you're in as well. Because, for instance, the Russians, they're very strict. The Greeks are very lax. Like, I don't see like any women veiling or anything. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Hey,
there's
Brother Pike,
little tea traditions too. Go ahead, Zealotson. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry.
Brother Pike, you got to mention on my morning show today. I got all excited. The gospel reading was 17. The gospel reading was 17 verses. So I'm like, nice, a good long reading. And so it was Matthew 1 through 17, and it was the genealogy. And I'm halfway through it. I said, it'd be nice to have Brother Pike around here. I was butchering all those.
Those genealogies are rough, man.
A mini bab. I got a mini bab. I was surprised I got a mini bab. I was like, nice, I nailed that one.
That's awesome.
Who's that guy M-Star? He came in to St. Daniel loves Linda, and then who was that guy?
Sensitive subject, Gangster Ghost. He was a geek. I think he got lost. He got off the wrong exit looking for a live to talk to, and he got off the wrong exit.
He's trying to join again. Now it's M-Star.
Jill literally early put.
You're a popular guy, Daniel, huh? How do I get on your level?
They fell apart when I brought up the anathema thing. Hey, truth is truth. That's what Jill said. Jill, we stood on business. Yes, you're an anathema. We're not scared of that. It's a holistic worldview. We don't think it's like that deep. That's if he's watching on like a different account or something. I'm fairly sure. Daniel, did you remove him?
What, Jill? I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the definition of heretic, like I said earlier, is you take a part of the truth without the rest of it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned something recently that I found out how ill-informed I actually am on the whole Catholic Church, because a buddy of mine went to a Ukrainian Catholic church, and he informed me that they received the Eucharist with a spoon. So I'm imagining that's more how Orthodox do. And it kind of made sense. Ukrainians and Eastern Catholic. So I found out that some of us do it in a similar way that way.
Yeah, that's the thing about like the Catholic Church is like you almost have to like affirm us because you have our rituals in parts of your church.
Well, the Catholic Church does affirm us,
they do.
That's right. Yeah, tell them, Keanu.
Yeah, like
Amu. Are you Amu now?
Oh yeah, I'm Arno now. It's what my family calls me. So I thought instead of putting my full name because it's hard to say, I'll put Arno. But I guess people still call me that, beloved. But so I'm fairly sure many of the popes have called us blessed. By also I mean the church, I don't mean me in particular. Even the councils, they say that
we view them like the prodigal son.
Yeah, like the other lung of the church. Well, not just that, but
we're not prodigal though.
Yeah, like we are the other part of the church. That's what they see us as, right? So it's not that we're heretics returning. It's that
I have heard that, but I don't. I hold more of a Sandman Catholic approach, if you will.
Yeah, that's at least what I've read online that the Catholic view is on.
Who is Sterling?
Whenever a Catholic tries to have a go at me,
I believe we affirm your
sacraments, apostolic succession. No, all the sacraments, including baptism and chrismation and confession.
Yes. But we even accept Methodists' baptism.
What? That's crazy.
Maybe not Methodist, but as long as you do we call it a valid baptism.
Brother Pike, he was first time I met Sterling, he blow up on Stump. He's buddies with not only Lupin, but Clay and Daniel.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I've met him or not.
So, Brother Pike, are you ready for Christmas? You must be on a busy man this
month. Ready's a strong word,
David.
Ready's a strong word, but we'll get there.
My bank account is going to be so trained.
Are you doing any teachings on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day? How does
I mean, I'll be ministering on the Sunday mornings, of course. I don't know what I'll talk about. I usually don't know until the Saturday before most of the time.
Very nice.
What are you doing?
Who was that guy?
I
Dan?
don't know.
He was a
It could be.
stand. He
It
was
could
like
be a
he was
number of people. I
Mercedes
don't know.
stand.
Like if somebody's. Well, obviously it's a troll either
Hey,
way.
hey, Daniel, I have an alibi. I have an alibi. It wasn't
Yeah, it
me.
wasn't you. It wasn't
No,
David.
his brother Dan. Now he's called himself Brother Dan.
That's
That
weird.
crazy?
Brother Dan.
Yeah. Whatever it is, I don't trust it.
I agree. Hi, bro. You had fun today?
Yeah, just kind of a busy Friday, but going good. You know, I'm heading down to the church tomorrow to do another coat of sheetrock mud on the sound room, and then it should be ready to sand after tomorrow. So we're making pretty good progress on that. You know.
Oh, you know, next Wednesday's Christmas Eve, then Christmas Day.
I probably knew that in the back of my mind. Don't worry. I never know till like the day
Hey,
before.
Sandy, if you need any work on any houses, don't call Brother Pike. He's in no rush to get it.
Oh, I actually do a lot of rentals myself.
If we
Keanu,
call my
you're-
business, Sandman, it's a couple more days construction.
Oh shit! Oh, sorry.
I actually had a contractor's license.
Oh. You
Actually,
serious?
to fair boys, I think I'm going to go now as well.
Well,
All right. Hey,
thank you
God
for-
bless
God
you.
bless.
I am going to figure out how to get some noise suppression on this, so you guys don't have to hear me click.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that's going to be annoying if like you want to make clips of like any conversations or anything like that, and all you can hear is me typing in the background.
Oh, hey, Keanu, it's good to see you again, buddy.
Hi,
Oh
Keanu.
yeah!
Thank you
Hi,
for
bro.
joining.
You're right, man. Anyway, yeah, that's you all, boys. It's been emotional.
Take care, brother.
God
Yeah.
bless, boys.
God bless.
Thank you.
I had to leave.
Peace out.
How do you get out of this place? That used to happen to me when I first started.
Do you think this guy's Clay? Because now it's Clay Dan loves.
Speaking of Clay, Brother Pike, can I get some balloons? I could use some balloons in my life. You got any of
Yeah,
them
Daniel,
tonight?
put up some balloons. Oh,
Nah,
that's
thanks,
too.
guys.
Well,
Thanks.
we got you.
guys.
In the oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I can get you some fireworks.
Yeah, give us some fireworks for St. Nicholas.
Nah,
Yeah, we'll do confetti
wow,
too.
look at you guys.
We'll do the lasers. Got to do like the horns for the lasers.
Hey, Daniel, you remember when you did that when AJ was talking about the bad
Why doesn't it
thing?
work all the time?
Doing fireworks.
That's like the hardest one for a to
Yeah.
recognize. Yeah.
You're
It's the
the
one
rave
I
over
feel
there?
least comfortable doing because I don't like making the horns. It's just like
But it's the
feels kinda-
sacrificial bulls, Daniel.
I know I don't like it, but it's like I do want the lasers though.
Daniel, it's the ashes of the red heifer. That's what it is.
Oh no. That was June 1st, the day 3i Atlas was detected.
So, hey, Brother Pike, you were talking
July
about
1st.
you don't have anything nice to say about the icons, but would you share one not nice thing about icons that you feel?
I'm very surprised that you would ask me to share that. The very least not nice thing that I can share is that I just think they're utterly unnecessary.
Okay, all right. What about something positive? Aren't they beautiful? Don't they show us
I do
like
think
the
they're beautiful,
Bible coming to
actually.
life? Yeah.
I really do think they're beautiful. I'm not against hanging them on.
Yeah, he even has them in his church. Yeah, he just finds them unnecessary.
Look, I have a picture of the Lord Jesus on my wall right now. You know what I mean? I'm not against that at all.
Yeah, good. So, that's something that a lot of people fail to think about with icons is that, they weren't very literate back then. So like the best way to get the Bible and really the theology was to sing and to look at these icons.
In that sense, I really have no problem with them. If they're just images for the purpose of storytelling, I have no issue with that at all.
Yeah, so here's a cool story. At the church that I go to, we have like 12 to like 16 beautiful stained glass windows. And I started taking pictures of each one, and I would make a short of it and ask people to comment what image it was, because 10 of them I knew instantly, but there was a handful of them that I'm like, which scene in the Bible is that? Because they're all biblical scenes, which is pretty awesome. One, for example, was Martha and Mary. It was Jesus and two women. I'm like, what is this scene? I don't know. And then in the comments, they would say it. But it was a fun little game, and it was biblically.
Can I show y'all something kind of cool that is sort of semi-related to this? So
sure.
My grandfather was a very unique person, and a lot of his sermons were transcribed into booklet form and distributed as literature in different languages. And there were certain brethren who were at the campground back then who were artists, and so he would hire them to do cover arts for these booklets and do custom paintings to make the booklets more enticing to read. And so they wound up with some really interesting pieces of art that I just think are really unique and awesome. And I am going to show you some of my favorites, if that's all right. Give me just a
Where'd you stumble across them?
Huh?
Where'd you stumble across these?
Well, they're my grandfather's. I mean, from the moment I got saved, I took an interest in
the attic or something.
Huh?
Yeah. Were they in the churches?
Yeah,
or
they
the
were.
attic
Some
or
of them are
something?
still in print by some of the affiliated churches that came from his church.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna find some. Give me just a second.
Zealot, in return to your question, does the Catholic Church allow mixed marriages? How does that work?
Yeah, I believe you gotta get you'd have to get a dispensation from the bishop.
From the bishop.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to get a special dispensation, and usually it would be in a Catholic church. If you do, it's very rare where you can get a dispensation to get married outside of the Catholic Church. Perhaps an Orthodox church, but like a Protestant one, very rarely.
Okay. And does the wife have to be, let's say in your case, if you met an Orthodox, would it be like a practicing, or she have to be like a practicing not Catholic, but Orthodox? Or if she's baptized Catholic, but she's not practicing Catholic, would you accept that?
Oh, that happens all the time. Yeah. People who lax in their faith, but then when they want to get married, they'll go back to church for the marriage. But that's one of the flaws, and it's kind of, I've heard both stories. Depending on the parish, some are very strict as far as sacraments, and that even goes as far as communion and stuff.
Right.
So some priests would want like proof that you attend church and you go there regularly and all that. And some like Clay, for example. So Clay's local church wouldn't let him get his baby baptized because for whatever, but another church would. So in that sense, it's universal church that you can get away with stuff like that, I suppose.
David, pay attention.
Because Clay and his wife are both Catholic, so that's why it's like allowed. But a lot of parishes would prefer you regularly attending and actually practicing the faith and stuff.
David, pay attention. All right, look. This is the one for a booklet called Faith Unto Salvation. These are custom painted by artists.
That's Moses with the serpent on the staff. That represents the
Is
prefigurement
that,
of Christ. Yeah.
You see the shadow on the ground?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the crucifixion. Okay. Yeah. Nice. I like that because
Some
it's
of these
literally
really
foreshadowing. Yeah. That's neat.
symbology right there. Yeah. Some symbolism.
Is that an idol?
Sort of thing. Look, this is one called the fruit of the Law.
Look at the joy Clay gets from showing these. I love it.
Aren't these great?
Is that hell?
Well, the top is supposed to be the carnal mind, and the bottom is supposed to be the mind of Christ.
Oh, okay. Which is like heaven and hell. Okay. It's
Look.
weird. Can you show that again? Because it looks like the font is jumping off the page.
Here.
Reverend George Pike.
Doesn't it look like the font jumps off the page?
Oh,
it does.
Hold on.
Yeah, look
Can
at
we go back
that.
to
It's
that
almost holographic. It's very cool.
Spanish one, David said.
Yeah. Hey, Papa was ahead of his time. Look at him in the 70s making Spanish editions. I like it.
You see that, don't you? Hey, look, this one's pretty great too. This is called Little Glass Slipper.
Okay, that one's not as cool, but
okay, let me find some cooler ones. Hold on. Some of these are just really old. Oh, this one's pretty cool.
The time is fulfilled. Is that Papa Pike himself?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the glare. So. This one's pretty cool. This is one of the ones that the brethren did that he wasn't really privy to. And they did it based on a billboard the church used to have on the highway.
Was Papa into the raptures? Is that the rapture book?
He didn't call it the rapture. He did have teachings that were sort of adjacent to that subject.
Hey, Pike, how close is your theology to Papa Pike? Identical or?
Every place that I've ever found so far that I thought I disagreed with him, I found out that I didn't disagree with him. That's been my experience thus far.
Do you do marriages, Pike?
I've done one, and I got asked to do another one. I haven't done it yet.
Do you marry Protestant with a Muslim?
I did not.
No, but can you?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't recommend it.
Beyond recommendation, would you do it? What prevents you from doing it?
I don't think I would, and I'll tell you why. So when Paul was preaching in one place to one of the churches, and he spoke about people that were converted, he said that if you get converted to the faith and your spouse is an unbeliever, but they're happy to dwell with you, that's okay. Don't break up the marriage. But he didn't say to go marry an unbeliever. He said if you were converted and you were already married to an unbeliever, then don't leave them. So I don't think we should as believers seek marriages with unbelievers. That's different, according to what Paul taught, than somebody who was already married then becoming a believer. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This is a great one.
The life of
Ruth. This one's kind of cool.
In manna.
Anyways, I hope I'm not boring you guys. I just love these.
Do you sell them in your?
We don't sell these.
You don't sell those?
These are always available free of charge. Trying to find some more of the more unique ones. No, he never sold anything. This is kind of a unique one.
Brother Pike.
Yes.
Kai say he likes to get a free book.
I would be happy to send him a book. Look at this last one.
Like Clay said, he had to buy his.
This is actually my favorite one.
Kai say he had to buy his.
No, we don't sell these. These have never been for sale. I've actually found some of these for sale online and bought them from the people and then rebuked the sellers for selling them.
Oh.
Hey.
And where do you?
Man, that's funny. Come on.
Where do you get the authority to rebuke someone selling a book?
Because my grandfather and all the brethren who worked together to produce this literature always did it free of charge, and it's written in every book that it's never to be for sale.
Have you bought your Bible?
And the scripture actually says buy the gospel and sell it not.
You say, man, you're a party pooper. That was super funny. And you say, where did you get the authority?
Brother Pike,
you can take them off the big screen, Logan.
Kai wants to know
I'm just trying to learn what the boundaries are.
Well, with that particular case, my grandfather just had a conviction that the gospel truth should always be available to people, whether they can afford it or not. So he started a tradition of never charging for gospel tapes or literature or Bibles or anything like that.
Well, speaking of rebuking, because of the St. Michael prayer that I learned and love, I try not to rebuke people. I will tell people let the Lord rebuke them, not me.
Gangster Ghost, are you on the phone with Clay right now?
Yeah.
All right. He's not the person in the backstage, is he?
No.
AJ made a good point in the comments.
How do you guys even see backstage? I don't got no backstage here.
Yeah, well, Gangster Ghost sees it, and
we
it's
got
been in the
backstage.
private chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, you get to see that too, Christian Pike? All right.
Look, AJ got me in the chat. He said we were talking about icons, and Pike started showing pictures of paintings.
Or Pike, Clay wants to know, why did he have to buy Angel Below?
Clay did not have Clay needs to shut up.
Daniel, what is the old calendar church that's near you?
Well, I'd rather not say because of just the optics of what's been going on right now. But why do you ask? Why do you ask?
Is it? I mean,
it's a Serbian church.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Okay.
It's, so Serbian or Russian or?
Yeah, it's Serbian. They're super cool. I would say what the father's name is, but just because.
Oh no, you don't have to. You don't. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Well, excuse my ignorance. Isn't Serbia in Russia? Oh, I'm thinking Siberia.
Serbia.
Brother Pike, is it true?
Yes.
Majority of the sales goes to Israel.
Majority of the sales of what?
Your books.
All of them. All of them.
That's funny.
What do you think, Mr. Sandman?
Well, Pike said earlier when I was saved. Are you still saved?
Yes.
And what gives you that confirmation?
Oh,
are you in heaven to say that? That's a future
my
tense
spirit's
thing.
in
You're
heaven.
saved. When you're in heaven, you're saved, right? We know
my
you're
spirit's
saved.
in heaven. My body will be in heaven somewhere down the road.
You mean right now your spirit's in heaven?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So you're residing here without your spirit.
Well, do you remember the conversation that Jesus had with Nicodemus? I know that you do. He said toward the end of that conversation, he said, the Son of Man that came down from heaven, the Son of Man that goes back to heaven, and the Son of Man which is in heaven. So Jesus told Nicodemus that while they were standing there talking on the earth, that he was also in heaven.
You know, I actually used that with Jamie when he's just like, how could Jesus possibly be in the Father's bosom and also go down to hell? He can't say to the thief on the cross, today you'll be with me in paradise. I'm like, well, he's also there with the Father because he's God.
Yep.
Yeah. But I don't remember the original context of the question, but I do know that I love icons.
I think they're very pretty. I mean, I hope that counts for something.
That does, because you know that can bring people
I have
to the
my
church.
popcorn. I have my popcorn ready, Daniel. I have my popcorn. I thought Brother Pike.
Like, I'm not in an argument mood. I don't want to argue. I will if you make me, you know, but I don't want to.
Yeah,
Are you? Hey, Sandy, are you saved?
No, I'm not saved yet. I'm hoping to be saved.
I also agree with what Sandman's saying in the context of the adoption of the body.
And food and icons can bring people to the church because they taste the delicious food from our Greek fests, you know, or our Slavic food fests, and they come for the food, and then they see the church and they see the beautiful icons, and that can warm people's hearts.
That's a good approach. I would like the food myself. I would very much appreciate the food, Danny.
It's super good. It's super good. I highly recommend people just at least come to one of our food fests and then maybe take a peek inside the church. You know, you don't have to stay.
Well, I would love to come in one of y'all's churches and be in the service. I don't know why I haven't, because I've told several people that I would, and I just haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool, especially because you love the Bible so much. You'll hear so many Bible verses and you'll be like, I know this one, I know this one, I know this one.
I love history anyways, and the Orthodox Church is such a major part of Christian history that I would enjoy it just for nothing else than that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And you'll see, you know, that people there are very, very fervent in their faith, you know, whether you believe we're the true church or not. Like, I think you'll see how much we love Jesus Christ.
I believe that you are the
Hey, I got a question for the Orthodox in here. Does Orthodox have anything to do with the mangers, nativity scenes? Do you guys put them up, use them, or is that a Catholic thing?
That's a Catholic thing.
I like nativity sets.
I figured because it was St. Francis was after the split, but I was just wondering.
Oh, let me answer.
Yeah,
AJ said, "Did I ever?"
So there's like no Orthodox churches don't put them up or anything.
I mean, I have to stop saying, and speak for the Orthodox Church, because there's many types of Orthodox Church with many different incorporating many different. So I can't.
Yeah, but I mean the true Orthodox, Sandy. You know what I'm talking about, Sandy.
Well, I mean, let's go back to the first 1,000 years. I mean, no, there was no nativity, no nothing.
Let me. Hey,
no
let me
Christmas,
respond.
no Christmas
okay.
trees.
Right.
Super quick.
Right.
AJ, I have not yet had that meeting. The brother who was going to introduce me to the Catholic priest, the friend of mine who I work with, he has since had a new priest, and so he's actually setting up a time for us to have lunch, but that hasn't happened yet.
I have a question. Does anyone know who this guy Father Steve is?
Father Steve?
No.
It's probably the same person
like a
that's
swell
been trying to
fellow.
get in, and they're just trying different names.
It's got to
Do
be
you think
Bruce,
it might
right?
be Bruce?
It's got to be Bruce. Gotta be.
Hey, Brother
The
Pike,
goose
I
is
got a
Bruce.
question.
Dean,
Nice,
what are
Odin.
you doing
Welcome.
here? They'll let anybody in these days.
Yeah, right? GG has to meet his quota, man, for his DEI,
Oh my God.
his DEI stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Don't forget to press like, because he's all inclusive, Gangster Ghost.
There you go. Gangster Ghost likes black people, right?
What
Gangster
is your
Ghost?
question?
So,
I mean, brother in the Christian sense, Dean.
what led you to adopt the theological position of your grandfather?
That's a good question.
Oh.
So there's probably a combination of two answers to that. And I don't mind being very honest about the first and foremost answer, which is that when I was first converted, his teachings had a very immediate influence on me at that pivotal and influential time of my life. I'm certain that plays a major role. I don't try to say that it doesn't. But as you know, I also try to be a diligent student of the scriptures, and I have put him to the test many times, and I just have not yet found him wrong, which has only strengthened my confidence in his understanding of it.
Okay, so is it a situation where would you so in your conversion, right, like outside of your spiritual experience, I don't know if you had that in terms of like why you converted, but how much does his character play a part in your
Okay.
decision to adopt his position?
Okay, so that's a more specific question. So when I was first converted, some of the first Christian people that I was around that became sort of like mentors to me, for lack of a better term, most of them, not all of them, but most of them who were most influential on me for the first year or two after I gave my heart to the Lord were people who had sat under his ministry and been sort of indoctrinated through his teachings. And so no doubt during those formative years, that was sort of spoon-fed to me as a babe in Christ, that way of viewing the scriptures. Now, a few years into it, I sort of got away from everybody and just started doing some soul searching. And I didn't want to just get sifted into a religious category or denomination. Not to say that those things didn't influence me, because they certainly did. But the character is what made the difference, because as I began to meet so many different people that knew him and so many different people that had been affiliated with him before he passed away in 1996, they all had the same thing to say about him, even if they had bad things to say about each other. And they all had the same testimony. And what it was they said he's the humblest, meekest man they ever met. And hundreds and thousands of people from all walks of life who don't have any agreement with each other about many different things, who knew him, all came to the same conclusion that he was the meekest man they ever met. And seeing that over and over and over again caused me to take an invigorated interest in his teachings. And a few years into my conversion, I began to read every book that he ever put out and listen to the recorded audio sermons that were available. And for about 4 or 5 years, I just immersed myself in his teachings And 4 or 5 years, I think, is right, where I would just listen to audio sermons constantly and read his books constantly. And so there was a period of my life, 4 or 5 years long, where the majority of the gospel influence that I was getting was from his teachings because of that.
Okay. So at any point so far, have you considered to go on like a doctrinal tour, so to speak?
Yeah, no, for sure. There's actually a couple of times that I thought, I'm going to say it in like a funny way, but I thought I got him on something, and I'm not saying that will never happen. That could happen tomorrow. But so far, every time that I thought it happened, I found out that I was wrong. And I'll tell you about the most recent one if you want me to. When I was working on God's Evergreens, which is the book that I published before Angel Below, that's a book about the Godhead and about end time prophecy specifically, the calendar, the timeline of end time prophecy. When I was working on God's Evergreens, I was putting together sort of a linear series of events for Daniel's last week. And I intentionally didn't listen to anything, didn't read anything. I stayed away from anything besides the Bible itself because I did not want to be influenced while I was working on that book. And I do that when I'm writing a book. I try to not be influenced. I don't listen to sermons. I don't read sermon booklets. I stay away from outside influence while I'm working on a book. And so when I published God's Evergreens, about 3 or 4 weeks later, after it was published, I was listening to an audio sermon of his, which I hadn't done in months at that point. And it happened to be on Daniel's last week. And something that he said in this sermon disagreed with something I had just published in the book. And I really thought that I had him. And what it was, in the book, I had the red dragon cast out at the beginning of the week. And in his sermon that I was listening to a month after the book was published, he had the red dragon cast out in the middle of the week. And I really thought that we had an honest disagreement. And as I listened to him give his explanation, I came to accept his position. And so I didn't even change it. I don't know why, but God's Evergreens to this day has an error in it as far as I'm concerned because of that.
That's fair. I mean, whenever you decide to put up a blog or something like that, you can probably make that public.
I should adjust it, to be honest with you. I've been a little bit too lazy to do it, but it's sort of like a relic to me. And it's weird because it's not like I feel the need to agree with him. I don't think it would bother me if I didn't. But every time that I thought there was an honest disagreement, I always come to terms with the fact that he was right and I was wrong. And that could change tomorrow, but so far that's been my experience.
So would you say that, like, as a preacher, right? Would you say how much do you think religious practice in terms of like rituals influenced your decision to adopt this particular your grandfather's theological position? Like, I don't know. Is that too broad of a?
No, I think I understand. I mean, I don't know if me and you have ever talked about my history, but I was never a Christian growing up at all and was very anti-Christian. And I was a singer in a black metal band at one time, and so it was just the whole culture that I was involved in was very anti-religious. And so I was not a churchy person. I was not a ritualistic person. And even to this day, I don't think about church and religious orientated rituals the same way that other believers do, because I just was never raised with them. And I have to sort of discipline myself to appreciate them. So it wasn't a ritualistic thing in the sense that I didn't go to church. I didn't take communion. I didn't do those kind of things. I did eventually make the decision to get baptized after my conversion. But even that, and I do think baptism is important, so I'm not saying it's not, but even that felt like a bit of a formality because I already felt in my heart that I had such an agreement with the doctrine of it that I might as well have already done it in my heart, Yes.
I have a question. Was your grandfather an elder of the church?
Well, he was the founder of Little Bethlehem, so he was, the founding pastor and senior minister. They had men who were like revered as elders, there was older brethren who were established in the faith, who were respected, who were at the men's meetings. They were like the loudest voices when decisions had to be made and things like that. But they didn't have the official titles of elder. It was not until he passed away that anybody else in that organization ever had a title besides him as the title of pastor.
So what are your thoughts in terms of the rituals that basically exist in like the various other denominations, right?
I think a lot of times they're beautiful. Like every church has rituals. You know, one thing that irritates me with Protestants is, you know, we're just not always transparent about that. But every organization has a history and has an inherited tradition from its past. That's just part of life, you know? And so like when I see churches do like candlelight services, I think that's beautiful. You know, one of the things that I heard them mention earlier on the stream when I was listening is, you know, we're in the book of Acts where it speaks about them dividing up Paul's garments and sending them out as like prayer cloths. And it says that special miracles were wrought by Paul, and it's speaking specifically of these prayer cloths. And my grandfather's church had a tradition of anointing prayer cloths with oil and praying over them and sending them to people who couldn't come to church because they were too sick or too far away. And many of the people to this day, including my father-in-law, keep those prayer cloths in their wallet everywhere that they go. And so I wouldn't say that he was anti-tradition, and I certainly don't think that I'm anti-tradition. I'm anti anything that seems to be in stark disagreement with the scriptures, but every tradition is not in disagreement with the scriptures. You know, there's many places where the scriptures just don't tell us one way or the other, and we have no choice but just to use our better judgment, you know?
So what are your thoughts about specific rituals, for example, where when people engage in them, they feel closer to Christ? Like, you know, like let's say the dressing, because dressing is a part of rituals, right? Like the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they dress in white. The women, their heads are covered. They're, you know, physically clean, like all of those things. They, you know, and they have their service that's pretty close to the typical Orthodox um, um, church service, right? So when they pray, for example, right, they pray a particular way. And so the way how they engage in Christ through those particular rituals is how they feel like they maintain their relationship with Christ, right? So this is basically a two-part question. But for now, what are your thoughts on that type of ritual, and like in terms of maintaining a relationship with Christ?
Okay, so I think that all of us have that in one way or another, even if it's not maybe as defined or as routine. You know, like when I go to the office in the mornings, I get there early and I make it a ritual to make my coffee and say my prayers and read the scriptures. And that's my morning habit, and that makes me feel closer to God. And if I miss a day, I regret that I missed it. And so I don't think that's so different than what liturgical churches do. I would never teach that as a doctrine, but I would certainly recommend it to people, you know. So I don't think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to teach something as a necessary point of doctrine that is not explicitly backed up by the scriptures coherently. But everything's not taught that way. You know, all of us have things in life that are dear to us that God has led us to that help us to maintain our walk with Christ. And I don't think there's a thing in the world wrong with that. And actually, to the contrary, I think people could use more of that. I think that everybody should seek out a way every day to commit their thoughts unto the Lord and to establish their mind in God. And every morning when I pray, I always say, Lord, today keep my mind and heart stayed upon thee, you know, and because I know that the world will try to distract me. And so I try to go through that ritual every morning, asking the Lord to keep my heart and my mind stayed upon him throughout the day. So I don't think that's so different than liturgical services. The only difference we might have is I wouldn't teach that as a point of doctrine.
Okay. So like so a Orthodox or like a Catholic having like a prayer corner with their um you know, with their icons, candles and incense and stuff like that. That's some, you know, like that's I don't necessarily know spiritually like how they feel as a result, like what does that do for them, right? However, it's something that they have that helps them to maintain their relationship with Christ as far as keeping them like consistent in prayer and stuff like that, like an actual physical, visual representations and reminders.
Well, you know, one of the reasons that I carry my Bible everywhere is not just because I like to read it all the time, but because having it present is a reminder for me to not slip into lewdness and to not let my thoughts just wander into things that are not pleasing to the Lord. And just seeing that Bible sitting there on the dash of the truck or in the seat next to me as I'm driving down the road is just a constant reminder to me that He's with us all the time and that we should live our life and maintain our thoughts as though we believe that He's with us all the time. So, I mean, I have no problem with that. Like I said, the real difference is not in tradition, to the sense that I can go to any country in the world and I can appreciate their culture and appreciate their tradition. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, etc. There's a difference in that and appreciating the beauty of culture that's been passed down and developed versus teaching something as dogmatic doctrine. And we should be very careful what we teach as the doctrine of Christ.
So, okay, so the second part of the question is, what if a church looks at that particular behavior and calls it vain in practice, but in their church, what they do is that they do sessions of, for example, repentance and prayer, and they they engage in worship by, for example, feeding the poor, having, hosting like soup kitchens, giving out clothing, like they do good works in the name of the Lord, right? Is that something you think you would say you would frown upon, even at like, especially if they admit that um, they are, it's something they teach as a doctrine that one would have to do in order to maintain their relationship with the Lord?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very hesitant on things like to teach them as necessary doctrines of Christianity. Obviously, we have a lot to go on as far as what kind of church the early church was. They were the kind of church that fed the homeless. They were the kind of church that took care of the needs of widows and orphans. They were the kind of church that lived a very holy, conservative example lifestyle. So there's a lot of scriptures we have to see what manner of people that these were, and we should certainly emulate that in our modern churches to the best of our ability. But when it comes to salvation, salvation comes through a very, for lack of a better term, strict procedure, you know. And the other things that you're describing as far as almsgiving and maintaining holiness in your lifestyle and not falling into transgression, you know, that kind of goes to the argument of the fruits of the Spirit versus the works of the flesh, the evidences of salvation. And the way the Bible teaches it, as I understand it, is that if a person truly does come to salvation, that their life will begin to trend toward the fruits of the Spirit and away from the works of the flesh, and that there will be evidences of the Spirit in their life. And if there never is a change, and if there never is a transition, we have no choice but to call into question whether they were truly converted.
So
And so,
essentially,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. So essentially, sorry to cut you off.
No,
So
you're fine.
essentially, right, is that the by nature of having faith, receiving the Spirit, getting a change of heart, right? They do things that is of the law, right, so to speak, right? They become obedient to the law, right? And so by being obedient to the law, they bear good fruits.
I don't have any problem with that. I might, if I was teaching it, I may word it a little differently, but I don't think I disagree with any of that. I mean,
Okay.
you know, like in one place, it's in the book of Galatians, he says, bear ye one another's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ. And so he sort of summarized God's expectations in one instruction, was to bear the burdens of the saints of God. Well, that's a mouthful. You know, the saints of God have a burden for the poor. They have a burden for the lost. They have a burden for the widows and the orphans. They have a burden for everybody in the world who's not saved. You know, it's like when they say bear one another's burdens, he wasn't saying just go pay their light bill or just go help them clean the snow off their driveway or just go help them sing Christmas carols to people at the nursing home. They were saying give your life to the needy and the unconverted. Give yourself like Christ gave himself. That's what that means.
So let me ask you something, Christian. Give me your definition of what it means to be saved, and in concrete. Because when you make a statement like you said earlier that you are saved, tell me your definition of what someone must do to be saved.
Okay. So, well, that's two different questions. What someone must do to be saved, or what it means to like be saved.
What does one have to do to be saved?
Oh, repent of their sins and get baptized in the name of Jesus Christ.
That's it?
That's all Peter said.
Okay, so you did that, right?
Yes.
And you are saved.
Well, that goes to the next question of what does it mean to be saved, which I think was really the heart of your question. So I believe in sort of a threefold salvation. Me and Daniel have discussed this in the past. And I don't think that we're really so far apart. I believe in salvation of the spirit, the soul, and the body. And so I believe the way that I understand it, I don't have all the verses in front of me, but I do have verses for this. The way that I understand it is that at the moment of conversion, a person's spirit is translated into the kingdom of God at the moment of conversion. And then after their conversion, during their Christian experience, their mind is slowly transformed into the mind of Jesus Christ over the course of their Christian experience. And then at the end of that, the culmination of that is for our bodies to be transfigured into the glorious image of the Son of God, which is true salvation, the adoption of the body, the redeemed, purchased possession, the creature, etc. So it's a threefold process. It's translation of spirit, transformation of mind, and transfiguration of the body. And the way that many of the high churches have said it historically, which is nothing more than a different terminology, is I'm saved, I'm being saved, and I will be saved. And that's the way that I understand it.
So you're saved. What's the next one?
You're saved, which is the translation of spirit, the moment of conversion. You are being saved, which is the transformation of mind or the Christian experience. And then you will be saved, which is the transfiguration of the body.
Well, let's go back to the first one. If I'm saved, I have the mind and the body already in there.
I don't believe that.
But you're saying I'm saved. So like, okay.
I'm saying that your spirit is saved before your mind and body.
So now there's three types of categories of being saved, right?
In my understanding, yes. Which I think is the same thing that you guys teach, because me and Daniel have talked about this.
So I want to present a particular situation to you then, right? So let's say this church, they decide like, hey, listen, Jesus Christ commanded us to do these good works, right? To the point where he'll even say that we will do greater things than what he has done, right?
Yeah.
That's right. And so by nature, right, let's say two pastors are arguing, and one says, based on that particular command, right, we should teach the things that we do, right, which is ultimately obedience and fruits of the Spirit, right? We should teach that as a doctrine so people would know that when they are in Christ, it's not necessarily that the state that you remain in, right? It's something that you have to maintain because you are in a covenant.
I like to think of it as something that you're growing into transitionally.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just presenting the argument, right? So the idea is that pastor one is like, listen, we are in a covenant, right? A marriage covenant. And so in order to maintain any marriage covenant, you have to remain faithful. And remaining faithful requires requires faithfulness, right? Faith and obedience, right? But the other pastor number two, says, no, we shouldn't teach this as a doctrine, mainly because I would use Paul and the slave master, where Paul, even though he had authority over the slave master, right, to get him to release his slave, he didn't exercise that power. he gave the slave master the opportunity to do the right thing in Christ's name for his vindication, right? So he's giving the slave master the opportunity to be obedient and to bear good fruit. And so teaching that as a doctrine, it takes away the power of people freely engaging in self-sacrificial love and obedience, right?
Well,
So
you know, one thing
they're
with
at
the
an
fruit of the
impasse.
spirit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So now they're at an impasse, right? One is saying, well, if it's a marriage situation, you have to treat the situation as if we are in a covenant and have a sense of responsibility. The other is saying we can have a sense of responsibility, but that should exist holistically by nature of having a heart of flesh, not through doctrine.
I
So how
agree
would you
more with
address?
the latter position. And one thing I was going to say is the the fruit of the spirit aren't church attendance and almsgiving. You know, the fruit of the spirit are patience, meekness, temperance, long suffering. You know, it's like they're the kind of things that just
Tell
turn
that to
a
Bruce.
person into a more Christ-like person in their own personal life.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
People they sort of want to describe the fruit of the spirit as what any one denomination's expectation would be of a convert, but that's not what they are. They're very personal attributes, all of them.
I mean, I think that's a fair assessment of the situation. I'm somewhat torn, especially considering I'm somewhat anti-doctrine when it comes to certain things. Like
Would you
people
say that you're
maintain.
anti something like legalism?
I mean, I wouldn't even say like I guess like turning something that is not supposed to be legal, right? Like like God God having wanting the church to be presented as a beautiful spotless bride, right? That's not based on some kind of legal framework.
No, I
That's
understand
based
what you're saying.
out of grace.
It should be a natural thing that the Christian life produces, not something that's forced.
Yes.
I
Like
agree 100% with that.
that's my ultimate, thing. But at the same time, right? This is the reason why I asked you about traditions earlier, right? Because because what tradition does for a lot of people, right? It does what your Bible do for you to them when you have your Bible around, right? It keeps them in
Yeah.
line, and when it comes to, especially when it comes to situations where they're very weak to bear that particular burden, so they can fall back on the tradition and the consistency of the tradition, right, in order to maintain their position within the church as a bride for the Christ. So when I take both situations into consideration, right, like I'm genuinely like torn because I understand both perspectives of it.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. You know, it's funny because I tend toward what people refer to as legalism, as far as having a higher expectation of people that claim to be converted. But you're not wrong. If it's something that is done by constraint or something that is done through any means like that that is forced or that is manufactured, it's not really born the way that a fruit is born by the nature of a tree in its due season. And so I think what happens is we get the cart ahead of the horse. Instead of realizing that the Christian life is a long experience and all of us are growing over the course of years of our life and decades, that we expect for a brand new convert to just sort of have all their ducks in a row. And we give them a list of criteria that we might expect from a real seasoned Christian, which is completely unreasonable. And they wind up manufacturing things that their life has not yet born.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the fundamental understanding, um, like especially like people in Christian leadership, is to understand that there are some people that, uh, um, by nature of being new Christians, they they just require milk, and you have to take your time as they mature before you give them solid food, right? But now you run into a situation where where some people, for whatever reason, they just never get past milk, right?
Yeah, Paul wrote about that. I'm sure you
Yeah. You know, that's what like popped up in my head too, right? And
You
this
know
is
what's bad
where,
about that, Dean? I was talking about this the other day.
yeah,
Is when he wrote about that, one of the primary reasons that he had for them being too carnal to understand spiritual things was because they was always disputing with each other. You know.
yep. So, because like, so like, here's the kicker, right? So, how do you help someone who, for whatever reason, they can't get up to food? You know,
I'll tell you
maintain their
this.
relationship with Christ.
I'll
I
tell you
think
this.
it's through tradition.
Well, I don't think we can help someone, and I'll tell you what I mean.
Okay.
I don't mean that the way that it sounds. I'll explain. I was talking to somebody about this the other night, maybe 2 nights ago, and they were asking me because I'm very deterministic in the way that I understand things. And the Bible teaches in no uncertain terms that God heareth not sinners. The Old Testament teaches that, the New Testament quotes it, that God does not hear a sinner's prayer. And yet we know that when we first come to Christ and ask for the forgiveness of our sins, we are in our sins. Paul said that he loved us so much that Christ died for us while we were yet in our sins. And so there's no way to come to God except for in your sins. And yet is it a well-established principle that God heareth not sinners. And so the way that my grandfather would explain that, which I'm probably partial, but I think was pretty good, he would quote an Old Testament prophecy that's looking forward to the new covenant that was to come, that says that in that day, I will hear you and answer you before you ask me. And he would equate that with predestination. God knowing the hearts of people while they were yet in their infancy and innocent, and their spirit was innocent before him, that they would have a desire to be reconciled, and that he would hear them and honor that through predestination before they ever transgressed and were separated from his presence.
So, so what you said is actually pretty interesting, right? Because that kind of like, this conversation brings up Hebrews chapter 10, right? Where the writer of Hebrews, I'm talking about the part where it's calling for the perseverance in faith, right? Like, how does one maintain faithfulness, right? And there's warnings, obviously, in it, right? It's basically a warning. Half the chapter is basically just a warning, right? And so it's like, okay, I'm reading this, and I'm like, I don't know, man. These standards are pretty high, right? That's a lot of responsibility, because ultimately what he's saying is like, hey, listen, um, faithfulness it is a process, right? But he's not calling on the individual necessarily only. He's calling on the community as a whole,
Yeah.
right? And that was the part that I missed initially.
You're talking about the utility of the church as an organization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? So now I'm like, oh, okay. So maybe, right? Hear me out. Maybe the purpose of tradition is a fulfillment of Hebrews chapter 10, um, verses 19 to the end of it. I don't remember where it ends.
I know what you're talking about.
Right? Like, that is a tool that's given to us, right? Indirectly, right? That allows for even people who are stuck at just drinking milk, to maintain a relationship with God. Even not necessarily in the sense of like they're doing stuff, right, for God, because they're already saved, right? But more so helping them to present themselves as the best bride for Christ as possible.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's so wrong. I mentioned earlier the tradition of prayer cloths getting started with that place with Paul in the book of Acts when they tore up his garments and sent him out to the people. And that's where it says that God wrought special miracles by Paul. It's talking about that in the same context of the prayer cloths. And a person can't help but think about the woman who grabbed a hold of the Lord's garment, and how just getting a hold of something that was wrapped around the man of God was enough to inspire her faith to believe for her healing. And this is the kind of thing that happened with the prayer cloths in Paul, is that they would send them to people who were not in Paul's presence, but just knowing that they had a hold of something that was touching his body, thinking of him as the man of God, it inspired their faith to believe for their healing. And the Bible calls that special miracles. It's grace. It always comes back to grace. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't understand about my view on determinism, is that it's so grace oriented. The idea that God would hear you before you call and that he would answer you before you ask him. It's so grace oriented, that God would see us in a condition in sin, which means separated from him, and that he would circumnavigate that. He would find a way to get to us in spite of that barrier. And I think the only way to do that was through foreknowledge. But it's just grace. It's just God doing it and us being the beneficiaries of what he has done. And I think what you're saying with the church is the same thing. God allowing the body of Christ to grow and develop and organize in such a way that newcomers who had not contributed anything to its establishment reap the benefits of it.
I think that's consistent in Scripture, as far as I can understand. I think that the two avenues should be available ultimately for the church, right? I would say though that I don't know if a lot of people notice it. The difference between your position ultimately from a deterministic point of view, from let's say a Calvinist, as far as I understand, is that Calvinism is more grounded in a legalistic framework grounded in God's power and sovereignty. Yours is more so his grace and love, in that he wants.
That's all it is. It's just the grace of God reaching us when we were unreachable.
Leah, are you?
That's what I noticed. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't like any theology that puts one aspect or rejects one aspect of God. His grace, mercy, love, goodness, his justice, all of those things, right? Divine, aka divine simplicity, they all exist in culmination with each other, right? That's just who he is. And so it's just a situation where, if I see a doctrine that suspends any of those, I immediately kind of get like a triggering, so to speak.
Well, it's one of the reasons it's one of the reasons that I can't really be a textbook Calvinist, even though we do have a lot of overlap, which I have a lot of overlap with everybody. But I explained this to somebody the other day. I don't know if you were there, but they were asking me why my position of predetermined salvation might be slightly different than Jill's position, because Jill is a Calvinist. And this is the answer that I gave. And this really is one of the things that impacted me greatly. In the book of Revelation, I can't remember if it's chapter 12 or 13, but somewhere's in there where it talks about the mark of the beast. And it says that those who took the mark of the beast were those whose names were not written in the book of life before the foundation of the world. And then in Revelation 22, after all those people have already been thrown in the lake of fire, when he gives the admonition about taking things out or adding things, he says, whoever takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, he will take their name out of the Lamb's book of life. And so they weren't part of that group that took the mark of the beast, because their names were never in the Lamb's book of life. Yeah. He's talking about people whose names were in there, and says that he would take them out. And that is a very anti-Calvinistic position to understand that.
I mean,
can I say two things?
Yeah, let me just say this real
Okay,
quick.
I'll wait.
I've been spending the past week debating a OSAS free gracer, and one of the scriptures I used to cook him was scriptures pertaining to God blotting people's names out of the book
You
of
remember
life.
Moses said that. Moses said, "Lord, do not blot me out of the book that thou hast written." Yes, sir.
He
Yes,
did
sir.
not like that. I mean,
Woo.
he eventually stopped. I think it was today.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He has
Moses
responded.
had confidence his name was in that book, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
People don't think about that, you know.
Go ahead, Daniel. I'm sorry. I just wanted
Yeah.
to throw that out there.
Harkening back to that conversation with Jill, he mentioned that in certain translations it says book. It says instead of book of life, it says tree of life. And I looked through my EOB, and actually that is the better translation, but it doesn't change the meaning at all. But I did just want to point that out. It doesn't really change the meaning,
I
right?
felt like that's what you were going to point out. The two traditions, the Byzantine text and the Alexandrian text, render that differently. But in light of verses like the one that we just mentioned with Moses, I agree with you that it doesn't change the meaning.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say is that in Orthodoxy, if I may speak for it just a little bit, and God help me, I'm not a theologian, is that it is the grace that gives us the ability to participate in grace. Like we everything is a gift from God, like our entire lives are, and He gives us the ability to even choose Him. And I think in that mystical sense, we would maybe be sort of on the same ground, because we both would feel uncomfortable with how the Calvinists have taken that understanding and they've sort of ran across into this very extreme area where they feel like they can kind of understand everything about God in this logical way, and everything is predetermined and there's double predestination. But one thing I think we can both agree on is that you do need grace in order to participate in God. It's all a gift. It's thine own of thine own.
Amen. See, here's the kicker, right?
Look,
'Cause
I got
I've been
4% on my laptop, Dean. So if I die, it's not because I left the conversation. Okay.
okay. Okay.
Do you agree with
I
that
get it.
stuff, Christian Pike?
I do.
Okay.
You know, as you guys know, I am fascinated with the idea of God's predetermined plan and will. And I think about it all the time. I teach about it all the time. I study it. I think John Calvin was a brilliant man. But the Calvinists, like so many other groups, have taken it to extremes to the point where it's no longer reasonable.
Yeah.
And the Bible says all things in moderation, and they have gotten away from moderation.
Yeah. I just want to say, right? This is how cool God is, right? In the garden, right? God gave Adam and Eve the tree of life, and He gave them the other tree. He said, "You can eat any of the other trees except for this one," right? And by nature of eating from the tree of life consistently and being in the garden, they agree with that specific covenant, right? Meaning that the immortality that they have, right, is conditional on trusting God, right? And they kept trusting God until they decided they didn't want to do that anymore. And so they died.
I do
Thousands
gotta
of
get off
years
it.
later.
My laptop's at 2%. I really hate it because I'm enjoying this conversation, but what I know we never do this, and I haven't been doing a lot of shows anyways, but I would like to schedule a closed panel rather than an open panel where it's just like me, you, and Daniel, and maybe one or two other reasonable, level-headed people, where we actually carve out a couple of hours to talk like this.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, beautiful idea.
I learn a lot from this stuff, man. I listen to you guys all the time. I told Daniel this one time in a message. Y'all don't realize how much I think about the things that you say. When I meet a person who's a brother in Christ, I esteem that person very highly. And I listen to the things that you guys say. Even if I don't agree with you, I just put it on the back burner and think about it,
Yeah, I think about a lot of the stuff that you say too. You stay there, bro. But I just want to say real quick, the same covenant that God had with Adam and Eve, which is basically have faith in me, eat from this fruit, right? That's how you show your faith, right? It's essentially the same thing he gave us through Jesus Christ again. It's literally the same thing. It's so mind blowing.
Oh, that was his he ran out of energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ran out of energon. But yeah, no, that is amazing that we have the tree of life through Christ now, you know, and it's like before it was you can eat anything but this one thing, and we broke the fast, and now God's telling us, I want you to eat this. You know, I'm giving myself you. I'm giving you myself. I mean,
Yeah, and I mean,
and it's our
in the
response, you know, it's our response to that. That's just one more thing I just want to add to it is like so much of this, like what is our free will here? It's our response to God's grace. Do we choose to love God back or not?
it's funny too because after everything has been redeemed, right? Guess what pops up back again, right? The tree of life.
Yeah.
And that so it's like the the original state, right? In my little paper there, right? You remember what I wrote that it was good, but it wasn't perfected, right? And you have now the state of existence is going to be perfected ultimately, right? And what I love is that it's all grounded in God's grace and His love ultimately. And He made it easy for us. We ain't got to do a bunch of work and do all this stuff, right? I mean, He even made it clear to us that even the faith that is required is that of a mustard seed to show you, to give you an idea, right? Even the people who had no hope, but they had that small little faith, like the man, the crippled man, the woman, the bleeding woman, right? Tiny little faith. They didn't know for sure, but they listened. Go ahead.
Thank not. I need to shut the show down, but Daniel and Simon, can you stay behind?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Bye, buddy.
Bye,
Hello,
buddy.
Mr. Dwayne Burke. Thanks for being